Hypocrisy.
Hey, what's up, guys? Welcome to Lawsplaining the Interwebs. I am your host, Nick Rekieta of Rekieta Law, a small actual criminal law firm in central Minnesota. How are we doing today? Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, whatever it is. Whatever it is. I hope you guys are having a good time. Hope you guys are doing great. I'm having a pretty okay day, I think. I don't know. It's always hard to judge. How's your day going? I don't know. Fine, I guess. I'm busy. I'm not cranky. I'm not cranky at all. So that's good. That's not normal. So, man, we're heading into the weekend, of course, which to me doesn't really matter. My days are similar. In the summertime, they're like, it doesn't matter what day it is. Just it's like what's open and what other, people are available for stuff for me. But I know for a lot of you who work the 9 to 5 and stuff like that, because I did that for years. Going into the weekend is always nice because it's like, okay, you get a little break. And by break, I mean you get to go home and like do all the stuff that's been piling up over the week so that you can live in a place that makes you happy to be there. But that's what it's about a little bit. Right. So I bid you all well on your upcoming weekend endeavors and on your prepping for the weekend endeavors. Hopefully pop in chat. No, I want to pop out the chat. Oh, good. We popped out the chat. I hope they're all everything you need them to be and want them to be. I hope you find plenty of time to relax and recharge before the rest of it. Today, we are going to be jumping back into the two things we left unfinished on Wednesday. Wednesday, we started the Candace Owens, the Macrons, the first family of France. The first duo. Do they even have kids? They don't have any. She has 3. She has 3 children who are all old enough to be Macron's grandparents, probably by now. I'm just kidding. She's only 25 years older. It's not that much. Never mind. We're not going. I mean, she could have. Never mind. Okay. All right. The Macrons versus Candace Owens. Did I put Owen? Shit, I did. It's Candace Owens. There's like 2 of her. She's not even fat. That's mean. You shouldn't have a plural name if you're skinny. Is she skinny? I think she's kind of skinny. Like, she's not big, though. Even if she's not skinny, she's not giant. I'm fixing that in the title there. My bad. Okay, so we're going to be jumping back into Macrons versus Owens. That's going to happen. That'll be the first kind of major thing we get into. I might talk about a couple other things first. I don't know. The Ghislaine Maxwell thing is pretty amazing, isn't it? Like, she's going to walk, guys. Ghislaine Maxwell is going to walk out of prison. She brought minor children to Jeffrey Epstein to sell to the world's elite for sex. And she's going to walk out of prison. Fucking amazing. Absolutely amazing. And the reason she's going to walk out of prison is very simple. It's sleeping psychopathy. Wait, really? How? Like, look, nothing's set in stone. Nothing's set in stone. But here's what happened, right? They promised an Epstein list. They promised a client list of Jeffrey Epstein. It was sitting on Pam Bondi's desk, just waiting for review. They're going to release the client list. It's coming out, guys. Don't worry. The client list is coming. All of a sudden, we don't even know. We've never heard of a client list. Does he have clients? What does he even do? Is he like a barber, a hairstylist? I'm not sure. No, he's probably one of those Asian nail polishing people, right? Like, so then all of a sudden the client list is gone. And then it's like meaningless. Well, there's nothing really on there, nothing really around. We don't even know what that means. We've never even heard of clients. And so then the list is gone. Everybody's pissed off at Trump and the Trump administration because he kind of came in saying, we're going to let you guys know about this horrific child trafficking ring that's going on where this crazy bitch would go out onto the streets and find these young girls who were like run away from home or were in some sort of crisis. And she would comfort and console them and be like, want to go to a billionaire's island? You want to go to a billionaire's island? We'll go to plane. We'll take you to a billionaire's island. So they take her to a billionaire's island. And then all of a sudden it's like, all right, now take your clothes off and have sex with said billionaire. A lot. Oh, and then when the creepy, like wrinkly ones come, you got to do that too. You have to massage them and especially massage their penises hard and fast and slow sometimes. And she did this to kids, to these girls over and over again. And she's going to walk out of prison because the list that they had suddenly isn't there, or suddenly doesn't exist and never really did and doesn't have any important information on it anyway. And she immediately says, I'll sing. I will sing to the DOJ, full cooperation. And she's already started meeting with the DOJ, which means there's a tacit agreement on the table. Look, you produce and we'll produce. You produce, we'll produce. DOJ is under the executive. There is a call already for a full pardon from her, which I don't think she's going to get. I don't think she's going to get. I believe that she will have her sentence commuted. I don't think Trump is going to pardon her. But the commutation of a sentence just means that the sentence is considered served. And so she will walk out. She'll remain a felon, a sex offender, all those things with the commutation of a sentence. I don't think she's going to get a full pardon. I think that's political dynamite in the bad way to give her a full pardon. But I think they're going to let her out of jail. I do think so. And I think commutation of the sentence is the way to go. I don't know if they're going to do it that way or not. That's just my guess. Steve, can you commute a portion of a sentence? The president can do whatever he wants. The power commutation falls under the power of the pardon, and the power of the pardon is plenary authority of the president, which means it cannot be burdened by Congress and it cannot really be checked by the Supreme Court. So she's already singing. Now, why is this important? It's very simple. It's very simple. A list is in black and white. And if you want to take a name off a list, you have to redact it with like a Sharpie. And everybody goes, what's under the Sharpie? What's under the Sharpie? Who's under the Sharpie? Who's in there? Who's in there? Who's in there? Who's under the Sharpie? Right? That's a problem with lists. You got to black out the stuff you don't want people to see. But the good thing about people, especially when you have leverage, like you're in prison forever. Talk, say what we want you to say. Now, I'm not saying they would tell her to put people on the list who weren't on the list, or, talk about people who didn't, like make up facts about people. I don't think so. Although that would be funny. Be like, can you put Obama on there? The guy's kind of a douchebag. He would have gone there. He was just too poor. Just too poor. Very unfortunate. Probably Michelle taking all of his money. Boyfriends do that sometimes. That would be hilarious, but I don't think they're going to do that. It's very simple, though. The big problem with releasing the list is that there's interested, powerful people on that list, and whether or not they engaged in unlawful activity is kind of nebulous, but it doesn't matter. If their name comes out, they'll be associated with the negative activity. It's going to happen. And everybody's going to assume like, oh, that guy fucked a kid. They don't want that. Whether they did or not, they definitely don't want that to come out. Like these are people who are CEOs, hedge fund managers, financiers, and they have dirt on everybody. Lawyers, like remember, Dershowitz is somewhere associated with all of this. And Dershowitz has everybody's phone number in his Rolodex or whatever, because he still probably uses a Rolodex. Like, I can't believe all these names. Like going through it. But the thing with people is when they tell you who's there and they understand maybe who to forget was there. You know what I'm saying? Lists don't forget. Lists are just written down. People like, yeah, I remember all these people. You give them 150 names, and maybe there were 35 that just didn't get remembered. Right? So here's a summary of all this and why I'm rambling on about it and why I think she's going to walk out, because it's really important to the Trump administration to get back on the good graces of everybody on the Epstein thing. I really don't think it's a lasting it's issue for the president if he can get the economy in order. Like, every time I go to the store, it's triple digits. Like, every fucking time. Like, I go in for bread and I walk out with bread and eggs as $200. He's got to get a hold on the economy. He's got to get that. It's running out of control. And I know that like a bunch of his moves, his early economic moves, would provide short-term pain with the promise of long-term gain. Like, that was the idea. But he's got to, like, if he can focus on that and make fixing the economy, staying out of war, and maybe cooling down some of the hot spots across the globe without having to send troops over there. If he can do that using his negotiation abilities and stuff like that, and then turn our current like tariff environment into a productive trade environment, he can walk out of here with great stuff. But I think the administration thinks they can't do any of this stuff if they don't get past the Epstein thing. So they're gonna do this Epstein thing. I don't think it's that good of an image for them. I think they should just release the list. But of course, the people on the list don't want it released, and they control a lot of campaign donations. They control a lot of political will. They control a lot of opportunities for the president, for Congress people, for Supreme Court justices. These are the people who run the world. And so they need to get past this. They see Ghislaine Maxwell as a way to get past this. They can sell it as, she was cooperative. She's remorseful about the role that she had. She was taken in by an evil billionaire who is no longer able to comment on anything. She was influenced and probably was under his thrall. I mean, he probably did the same thing to her as he did to everybody else. Money, power, drugs, to get, as sort of, he's kind of a cult leader, right? Like he's that thing. And so they're going to build this case to apologize for the actions of Ghislaine Maxwell, who will understand that her actions were terrible and awful, but really like she didn't have much of a choice because she started to be afraid of like the powers that were there and all of that stuff. That's going to happen. That's going to be the narrative to clean her up for not a full pardon, because a full pardon's not, she has to have some sort of punishment. She's got to live with this. Her victims have to live with it. She can live with it. But don't put her in prison forever. Like, that'd be crazy. And that's the thing. She's going to walk out of prison. It's so appetizing to the administration to have a way out of the clusterfuck that they've gotten themselves into. And it's so appealing. Like it's shiny. It's on a mountain. They're going to take a helicopter up there because walking is for simps. And so they're going to do that. That's my theory. She's, like I said, rumor has it she's already had productive meetings with the Department of Justice, and there's no specific discussion of any deals yet, but there doesn't need to be. Trump doesn't need approval from anybody to pardon her or commute her sentence. He can do it at any time. He can do it with literally a word, a glance. He could do it in Braille. You can't put rules on how the president does pardons. A president can set their own policies on how they do pardons, but if they break those policies, nothing happens. Power of the pardon is plenary authority of the executive himself. Like the president has it, not the executive branch. It's a weird thing about Article 1, 2, and 3. Article 2 vests the executive power in a president. The executive branch exists under the president, right? Article 1 and Article 3 create the legislative branch and the judiciary branch. But a president wields the executive authority. He may delegate some of that authority down. He may have departments built by Congress to help him do it. But he has it. It's his. So Trump can do it at any time. Doesn't need help. And conversations about it, promises about it can all be made without any documentation. No one will know. No one needs to know. No one gets to know. And there's no way to push on it. So, like, that's a really interesting story. I just kind of covered it, though. We don't need like an article and all that shit. We'll see what happens as it goes. But I think commutation of the sentence is what we're going to see. So there's that story. There's this story of a Glorilla, who's like a female rapper. Who knows? Who also apparently played at the WNBA finals, I think. Like, again, who knows? Like, dude, I don't know if people care about the WNBA or Glorilla or whatever. But while they were away from home, their home got broken into. Family members called the police to report the burglary. The police come, they see a small amount of weed, and they get a full search warrant for the house. They find a bunch more weed, and now Glorilla's arrested and charged with a felony for getting her house burglarized while she was gone. Amazing. Amazing. Absolutely fantastic. Just think, man, like, you get burglarized, your shit gets broken into, you have weed in your house, and now you're the felon. You're the one going to jail. I don't know what state this is in, because like, weed enforcement's really weird around the country. It's really varied. In this state, it's felony level. Like, you're done. Goodbye. In Minnesota, it's recreational marijuana is now legal, although there aren't too many places that have the permits to sell it, but they have issued some permits now, so I guess you can buy it recreationally. I can't. I can acquire marijuana because I have a prescription for it. But I can't go out and buy recreational weed. Like, I can't do that. I have to have proof of the prescription, et cetera, et cetera. So I don't have any, but like, I in theory I could, but I can't go to like a dispensary and get it. I have to go, a non-medical dispensary, the recreational ones. I can't do that. So I would have to go to a medical one. But in Minnesota, like, generally speaking, for most people, weed is now it's just available. It's not decriminalized. It is legal. It's legal to own, but there are restrictions. You can only have so much because they want to cut down on people dealing weed illegally still. Like, you still have to go through a dispensary. They want that. They want the tax benefit of it, and then they'll say the regulatory aspect, because what there is just a rash of weed strains that are like, they grow with other drugs in them. I don't know. Doesn't matter. So they want to regulate it. They want to tax it. And that's what a lot of people said, like, regulate it and tax it. Like, let people buy it, though. Stop putting them in prison. So Minnesota did that. But if you have a whole bunch, I don't remember the numbers. I don't really want to look them up, but like several pounds of weed, they're like, okay, like, that's a lot. Like, that's going to mold or whatever before you even start smoking it. So they don't let you do that. But that's how you would have to get a felony here. I don't know about where Glorilla is, but I might do a like a short video on it to kind of explain the situation and go into the whole thing. But I've only kind of skimmed the issue so far. Like, I don't know. Oh, Georgia. Well, Georgia doesn't have legal weed yet. What's wrong with them? Insane. But there you go. So, like, that story's out there and crazy. I think I had another one too. I'm just doing a little brief review of them, let people filter in at the beginning of the show, and then we'll get into the main content in a minute. Let's see. Oh, I grabbed this video of like a judge interaction with a cop who pulled her over. That looks like the fakest video I've ever seen. I don't know if you guys saw it, where the cop like breaks the tail light, covers his body cam and breaks the tail, but you hear it like clear as day and stuff. That whole interaction looked fake. And I don't know, judges don't tend to wear their robes while they're driving. Like they leave their robes at the courthouse and they just wear like clothes underneath the robes. But I mean, some of them undoubtedly strip down naked underneath the robes, and which is what I would do because you want it breezy in there. Chininator says, my best friend got married today. We've been friends since we were 5. Can he and his wife get a toast? Sure. Sure, we can do that. Let's see. 8 months of member, Chininator at the lawyer level. Thank you so much for being a member and supporting the show. Cheers to the Chininator, a man whose jawline is worthy of its own name. Pretty amazing. And recognition in any interaction with another person. People are like, hello, Chininator, and his jaw beams with pride. To his 2 friends, well, his best friend and now his new automatic friend, which is his best friend's wife. They've been friends since they were 5. These long-term relationships, the things that build the fabric of our lives, are something of value. And may that fabric wrap around, and by that I mean your influence on him and what you guys learned together growing up. May that wrap around their marriage. May it secure them and propel them into their relationship and into a life together that is rewarding, that is beautiful, and that is ultimately sought after, found, and treasured. Cheers to them. Lex Ludendi, your super tip did go through. It's coming up in just a second here. I'm about to do the super tips. Is that a hard seltzer? No, this is Bubbler. Trying to get the glare off. It's Bubbler. It's just a caffeinated drink. I can't have hard seltzer. I wouldn't be drinking it on stream. I wouldn't be drinking it at all. Okay. So these are super tips, guys. supertip.gg/RL. I need to probably put that on the screen somewhere, like normally during the show. But it's pinned in the chat of both Rumble and YouTube. And also it's in the description on both channels. Is super tips. Super tips are like super chats, except they're a little bit more beneficial to the creator and they're a little bit more interactive for you guys. Here is an example. You get to use AI voices to deliver your message.
What do you call a vampire that's been bitten by a zombie and then dressed up in drag? Brigitte Macron. First husband Macaroon makes the crypt keeper look like a supermodel. She looks like a Jim Henson Muppet made of scrotes. I thought the conspiracy theory was silly, but this lawsuit is changing my mind.
Holy shit. That was brutal. I love the Dr. Wolf voice. That guy's a fucking vampire. He was amazing. Yeah. She is she's a hideous creature. And I have no desire to be polite to the French first lady, man, whatever, first husband. I don't care. Whatever. I've no like, oh, you shouldn't say mean things. No. Ugly old lady. Ew. Gross. Ugly young lady. I've seen those pictures that aren't her. Ugly all around. Don't like it. Also, groomed a child into becoming the French prime minister or president or whatever, which is worse than grooming him into marrying her. Ew. I don't like it. I don't like it at all. She's hideous. So I agree with that super tip 100%. If you want to make fun of the French man or whatever, the Frenchman, that's what their relationship should be called, the Frenchman. If you want to do that, please do so. Feel free. Open season on them. They're public figures and they're both stupid.
TGIF, Nick, please burn that shirt. Oh, and Kurt has a micropeen.
I will never burn these shirts. I'm wearing only button-up, loud, annoying shirts for the rest of my life.
I'm obligated to once again ask, what horrific concoction are we brewing at the end of this stream? What witch's brew are we being cursed with tonight?
Well, we are cooking up the rest of the interview with the Glorilla. That's where we're starting. I mean, where we go from there, who knows? I mean, who knows how much time we have? Who knows what mood we'll be in, etc. Also, just as a brief aside related to that, I have reached out to the Glorilla. I have invited him for an interview. We will be doing an interview with him. And I hope to get into some of the subjects that Kurt missed. I popped onto his live stream, into his live stream chat today, just a little bit ago, to invite him to the show. I popped in and invited him. He said yes, he definitely will do it. And right as I was showing up, this is great. He was talking about Turtle Boy first and his ongoing legal woes. But then he was switching and he was reviewing our review, our review of the interview that he did with Kurt. So he did happen to, so he has seen that. He said it was, like, and of course, none of this is on him. I thought he handled the interview, from what I've seen, he handled it very well and honestly and all that stuff. So that was great. But he said, yeah, it was just really awkward. But he liked the review that we did the other night. And he was laughing at it. So he was having a good time. So we're going to do that. We're going to finish that up. It's a day of finishing.
Hey, nigga, I was smoking some fire jailhouse weed out of banana skin and was wondering, which micropeen is microer, Kurtz or Bridget Macron?
I think Macron's got a kielbasa down there. I don't know. You think Emmanuel Macron would be satisfied with a tiny tadger? I don't think so. I give it to Bridget.
Can we get a cooking stream where you properly make Kurt's recipes?
Only if it involves stuffed cannoli recipe.
You stuffing cannoli. It's disgusting. It is on my list of things to consider strongly, is doing Kurt's recipes, but doing them like, I don't know, better. I don't know how to get around like that cracked chicken recipe, or not the cracked chicken recipe, the one we just watched, with all of the sodium that's ever existed in the history, the chicken and rice, with all the sodium that's ever existed in the history of man put in there. Like, do I just go in there like not you? I mean, I can make chicken and rice. I don't need an Instapot and I don't need a bunch of fucking bouillon to do it. I just need chicken and rice and some basic seasonings. And I guess like he threw a Cajun Trinity in there. I would have done like a rice pilaf with some bell pepper, like the 3-color bell pepper, some onion. I don't know that I would have done carrots and celery in there personally, but like I'd have to think about how I'd want it to go. But I mean, I can make that. We could even do it like, different types of chicken and rice. Like we could do a Mexican one or whatever. Anyway, yeah, so that's on a list of things that might be fun to do. Is that also, I mentioned this a long time ago, back when I was in treatment or just gotten out of treatment. I can't remember exactly when it was. When I was in treatment, we had to watch, like often we would watch a DVD about something. And there's this one video that they made us watch, and I couldn't believe that it actually existed. All right, because it's 3 people. It's a black guy who's probably in his mid-30s. It's a white guy who looks like he's in his early 50s. And then it's a white woman who looks terrible. And they're all in like sweaters and khakis. So they look like a 90s, like an early 90s music video or something. But I am not making this up, okay? I'm not making this up. The video was about lapse, relapse, and prolapse. So that's what it was about. It was about lapse, relapse, and prolapse, and the differences between like a lapse and a relapse, and then whatever a prolapse is. I don't fucking know. Like, I mean, I know what a prolapse is, but I don't think we were talking about the same thing. But the video is so perfect. It's these 3 drug addicts, but they don't look like drug addicts. They look like actors pulled from a Walmart parking lot. And there's this, and the black guy is awesome because he comes out and he's like, I'm a cocaine addict. When I do cocaine, I like to have sex. And it's the way he says it is so perfect. And I was like, yeah, well, yes, of course. Everybody does. Like, you're not unique. Don't you fucking try. But it's like, it's so funny. And like, this is a serious video. And so, I went by the treatment place today and I was like, hey, while I was here, we watched this video and I started describing it. And immediately she's like, oh yeah, that's the rational emotive behavior therapy series. And I was like, okay, by this company called Hazelden. And it was produced in like 1999 or 2002. I think they recorded it in 99 or something. And then they republished it to DVD in 2002, something like that. Gosh, it was so fucking great. So I have located it. I know what it is now. I said a while back, like, I'm going to try and find this video because you guys I have to take you guys to drug treatment with me. Like, you have to come through it. Like, I had to do it. You have to do it. It's not fair if I just do it alone. So I wanted you guys to be able to see that because it's so perfect. So I'll be finding that, getting the actual video for all of us to enjoy. But gosh, it's funny. Okay, so we've got that, and and one last thing from Wednesday. On Wednesday, my dad super chatted kind of earlier in the show, and he asked me about an old video game. He was asking if I remembered the title of this old video game in which you are a penis and there are breasts flying across the screen. And he says you have to shoot rockets at the breasts. And when I say old video game, this is on an Apple IIe. Like, this is old. Like, this is fucking old school. Right. And he was asking the title. The title, if anyone is curious, you can look this thing up. It was called Astro Tit. And it's it's just perfect. It's up there with like there are this string of games when video games like came out. And someone was like, we can put sex in all this stuff. And so they did. Like, and racism. Like that, there's that Custer's Last Stand game that was, I think it was on Atari, where you were Custer and your job was to like walk partway across the screen to dodge a slew of arrows shot by an Indian brave and then go and force sex the young Indian squaw or whatever who is at the other end of the screen. And that was every level. I guess I've never played this. I just watched a video on it a while back and it was like, holy crap. Like, there was some wild shit that they did. Cause there wasn't an ESRB, right? The Entertainment Safety Ratings Board. Like, they didn't exist yet. And so they could just make anything. It was the Wild West of creation. But yeah. So, AstroTit is the name of that game. If anybody was curious. I know it's very, very important. Someone says, Nardo Polo says you can download AstroTit. Thank God. What would we do without it? Richard Diner says, I recently, 5 months ago, took what I thought was a promotion and it turned into a 70-hour per week underpaid nightmare. I got my old job back and would heart a toast to Dick Diner. It's an interesting name, fellow. To Richard Diner, a cheers to you, bringing yourself back into the world of sanity away from promises undelivered by employers who might have had some craftiness in mind. Oh, this will be a great move, big promotion, really good for your career. And then it turns out all you want to do is hang yourself every single day because it's too much work for not enough pay. But cheers to you for seeing through what happened. May your return to sanity be graced with productivity and opportunity. Cheers, brother. All right. Should we get into this Candace Owens thing again? Okay, so we're in the section of the Candace Owens lawsuit where the Macrons are talking about all the ways in which they have proven or shown to Candace Owens they have to establish reckless disregard for the truth. They have to establish that Candace Owens was exposed to the truth. Any reasonable person exposed to the amount of truth she was exposed to would have changed their opinion and stopped saying the defamatory things. That's what they have to prove. And they're doing a pretty decent job of it. And I will say this. Initially, I was like, Candace Owens might have a chance at winning this. Like, because we're talking like layers here of, I mean, this is a government official who's not in the United States. So you have, it is a public figure, and we don't like, our courts don't have much interest in protecting Macron. I can't even really figure out what the U.S. interests are of the Macrons. And I think that's a really interesting thing for discovery, right? Let's find out what their U.S. based money is and how it is being damaged under the court's jurisdiction. Let's see how this is going. Let's see where this claim is rooted, right? But there's layers and layers here of, should this lawsuit be, how far into reckless disregard for the truth do you have to go? Like, how much are you supposed to believe about the top 0.0001% of the globe? They're not the wealthiest couple in the world, but they are the leaders of a Western a Western power. I shouldn't say France is not a superpower, but a Western power that once dominated a huge portion of the entire planet, and remains, a country with an economy that outpaces what it appears to produce, and is still an influential figure on a global stage. We're talking about those important issues like like the G20 summit and shit. Like, France is up there. France is involved in, major treaties and stuff. This is not like some pissant country that no one has ever heard of. So, that being said, like, money or no money, they wield an inordinate amount of power compared to everybody else on the planet outside of a few. So how far do you have to go? Like, and I think Candace Owens' biggest defense is going to be attacking the damages. But here's the thing. Candace Owens, since this lawsuit has come out, has doubled down, has like just gone after it. And I mean, I think she's gonna sink her own ship, but I think the result for her is going to be really catastrophic. But their goal is to knock her out, right? Knock her off the air. One thing Americans are really good at doing is resisting when power is put down against a person. Even if we don't like that person, we go, hey, wait a minute. Like, hey, hold on. You don't get to kick that retard off the air. We want to listen to them. And we want to go, thank God I'm not that person. Like, if nothing else, that's what we want. We really don't like people being thrown off. I mean, maybe if they do stuff that's like really threatening and they're just a complete menace, but just having like wild opinions about stuff, I still don't see, and the lawsuit will presumably show us how Candace Owens has harmed them other than it being embarrassing. But courts don't fix feelings. And this is an important lesson for everybody on the planet to know. And reminder for the people saying they don't like Candace in the chat. Me either. I don't like her at all. I think she's dumb. I know other people like her and they get information from her. That's cool. I don't. I think she's dumb. The Daily Wire thing did it in for me. And I don't like the Daily Wire either. I just watched her realize that she was dumb in real time. And that was enough for me. But I'm dumb too. So who cares? But I'm not like a Candace Owens fan. I don't care at all. But I think the big thing for her is going to be going after, how did I hurt you? How can I, what did I do? And what I was saying is everybody needs to know this right now. The court doesn't fix your feelings. It can't. They know they can't. They can't undo shame, guilt, embarrassment. They can't undo those. But what the court can remedy is the costs associated with those things. For example, if you have a massive amount of embarrassment and it leads to trauma over what people are saying about you due to a false thing, and maybe you have to go to therapy to get over some social anxiety or whatever, your therapy costs, that can be recouped because that's an economic loss. But they can't fix your feeling. The court can't go $1 million will make you feel unembarrassed, because it won't. It won't ever do that. It might make you feel cool, but it won't make you feel unembarrassed. And then so they can't fix feelings. They can only fix economic loss. Well, the other economic loss is reputational harm. So how much reputational damage has been done. And that's typically figured out by, contacting someone who fixes reputations and finding out how much it would cost to run a campaign of repairing the damage that's done to the reputation. So this is, again, they're not fixing your anger or your frustration with how your reputation changes. What they're doing is recompensating you for the economic loss of the reputational damage that was done. But it's all economic loss. That's what courts do. Pain and suffering in some states is a thing as well. That's a little bit more complicated, but typically we're talking about courts don't fix feelings. They fix facts. And so the Macrons, they can't just go in and be like, well, it's really embarrassing. I mean, her penis is only so big, right? They can't do that and have the court come out and be like, yeah, here's $20 million or whatever. They have to show where they lose the money when they come down to it. Candace is not doing herself any favors on this, though. She's like, you got to stop. But yeah, I think that's where everything is, though. How is she hurting these people in the United States who are not U.S. citizens? Do they have U.S. financial interests? Is it, if the reputational harm is global, I mean, I guess they can address that. GH says, yeah, but how does a court ascertain economic losses in the millions of billions like Alex Jones, Candace Owens, etc.? Alex Jones, there were a lot of victims, right? So all the Sandy Hook families and all of these different people, and then that cop who somehow is Alex Jones's victim, all this stuff. I think the Alex Jones judgment is complete bullshit, by the way. Absolute bullshit. Even if you find the defamation, the judgment amount is so insane. And I feel bad for the parents, right? No one wants to hear that shit. No one wants to hear this big chain smoking gravelly voice guy down in Austin be like, they're not even real. Those kids were never real. As they're holding their dead kid or at their funeral. They don't want to hear that, of course. It'd be really horrible to go through feeling that. But you got to prove out the damages. And these people did not incur $40 million each of damage. But the way that Alex Jones got up to such a huge judgment is one, the sympathetic nature of the Sandy Hook families, and two, there's just so many people. And so the exorbitant amount per person was huge. And then, there's enough of them to bring it into the billions. Lazytarian says Barnes' rants on Candace last night was epic. Can you organize Randazza v. Barnes on the issue? I don't know if I am going to do that. I'm not sure Randazza and Barnes are super friendly, but I mean, if they want to come hash it out, like, I'll absolutely facilitate it for sure. That said, I plan on having Barnes on to talk about Candace Owens next week. I have to find the right day, but he agreed to come on. I'll make sure and announce that ahead of time. I'm not sure if it's going to be daytime or nighttime, but we're going to work it out. I talked to him tonight, just to see if he'd be interested in coming on. I'd love to have Randazza on too. I don't think Randazza thinks Owens is going to win, but I think Barnes says she's basically cooked, and I think Randazza says there's a chance. But that's his business. That's what he does. So yeah, we'll see that. And like I said, I think right now we're targeting either Tuesday or Friday, one of those 2 days. I just have to figure out which day works best for me and my family, and daytime or nighttime, and then we'll do it. So, one last thing I got to bring up before we get into this. Again, I'm sorry. Disorganized as always. Good Lord. Something really interesting happened today. I found out about something today that was really interesting. In fact, I couldn't quite believe it. So this is a really interesting development in the world of Nick Rekieta, we'll say. Do you guys remember, it was around March 22nd or May 22nd of last year. It was right around then, right around May 22nd, like maybe that night and going into 21st, 20th and 21st, I think it was. Yeah, it was the 20th going into the 21st. Do you guys remember? I was on a bunch of substances and a lot of alcohol, and I had a stream that kind of was a disaster. And because of that stream, I would be arrested a couple days later. Maybe you guys have heard about it. I'm not sure. So one of the things I was doing on that stream, if you guys remember, was there's a judge who I said was a bad judge who didn't know the law, didn't know shit. And actually that I also said, although this is unverified, these are unverified rumors, that liquor pours out of her lady bits. I think I said, and I was like, where did I come up with that? Like, that's really weird. I probably need more therapy. So anyway, there's a news article from one day ago about that judge. It's really weird. Here, I'll show you guys. Look at this shit. Judge Fischer, Jennifer Fischer, not Jenna Fischer. She's from The Office. Jennifer Fischer faces formal misconduct complaint. Look at this shit. The Minnesota Board on Judicial Standards has filed a formal complaint with the Minnesota Supreme Court against District Court Judge Jennifer K. Fischer of Candiotihie County, citing misconduct and retaliation. Hold on. Hold up. So here's how this works. It's like the ethics board for the lawyer's professional responsibility office. There's the Board on Judicial Standards. And what they do is people submit complaints to them about a judge, and then they make an evaluation and then a recommendation. That recommendation is then taken to the Supreme Court, and in the case of a judge, and the Supreme Court will then make a determination on their recommendations. All right. I didn't have anything to do with this. But look at what she's accused of. The complaint alleges Fischer violated a 2023 disciplinary agreement. So while I was saying this is crazy. While I was saying this, she was doing the shit I was saying. She was doing her bad behavior and had to sign a disciplinary agreement in 2023. And then she violates that agreement by retaliating against colleagues and attorneys who had cooperated in a prior investigation. She's accused of filing baseless complaints, making inappropriate statements about other judges' mental health and addictions, and displaying erratic courtroom behavior. It's almost like I was vulgar and I was profane, but I was telling the truth. In her response, Fischer has since been removed from all hearing duties and reassigned to administrative work. In her response, Judge Fischer denied wrongdoing and claimed the case as retaliation for whistleblowing in her past medical leave. A special panel will now be appointed to review the case and recommend possible sanctions. So she's fighting this. But guys, you know what's crazy? Let's take a moment here. This judge is accused of retaliating against people and displaying erratic behavior. This judge issued a warrant based on a video in which I made very specific, very vulgar comments about her. I'm supposed to believe that a judge who signed a warrant request in 4 minutes had no idea about the vulgar personal comments that I had made about her by name. Okay. Okay. All right. So I'm going to be monitoring this judge's disciplinary action very, very closely. K. Michael 456 says you plead so it doesn't matter. Oh, it might matter. It might matter. We'll see. We'll see how this goes. This is very, very fucking interesting to me. And I'm very interested in how it turns out. So anyway, I just wanted to let you guys know that I'm not fucking crazy. I may be a jackass. I may have been completely out of control at the time. And I was. And my, obviously my biggest regret is how it ended up impacting my family life. That's the biggest regret from all of that. But this shit was happening. It was happening with that person. So anyway. All right. Back to this Candace Owens thing. How did that take almost an hour? Oh my God. Here we go. Why am I little? Oh, I just grew. Further, Owens initially claimed that the photo of Mrs. Macron in which she is described as a 36-year-old teacher named Brigitte Ozier, is not actually of her, but rather the fictitious Brigitte Proba Ozier. In doing so, Owens recklessly disregarded the facts, this is conclusory, that the photograph woman in this picture, one, had the same name as Mrs. Macron did at the time. This is a weird way to say this, isn't it? Two, had the same occupation that Mrs. Macron had at the age of 36. And three, bears a striking resemblance to a younger version of Mrs. Macron. Except Candace doesn't believe that the younger version of Mrs. Macron is Mrs. Macron. She doesn't believe it. Low Watermark says, lol, that's great, Nick. Hey, thanks, man. Good to see you. Happy to see you here. Chan the Man says, do you regret donning the Chris Chan medallion? I do not. I do not. I don't put any stock in the Chris Chan medallion causing a bunch of problems that were caused by my own behavior. I have a bunch of explanations for my own behavior. I'm not going to sit here and drag down a live stream with them. Like, I have a bunch of explanations. They're not excuses. Like, I know why I acted the way I did in several ways. And I know why I let myself get way out of control. And it's not because of a fucking medallion. Believe me, I have plenty of reasons for driving this ship right into the fucking shoreline. Okay, so Owens later admitted that this was false, but she never removed the episodes, including this false claim. So wait, she admitted that this was false, but she never removed the episodes, including this claim. So why should she? Why should she? This is one of the frustrating things about defamation claims, in my opinion, is it's like, well, they never removed the false thing. It's like, but she said she was wrong. She said that it was false. She said it wasn't true. So she issued her retraction. Oh, she should go back and remove the thing. Why? If she issued the retraction, if she said it was not true, then that should be sufficient, because now you have the thing to point to. If anybody says, oh, you're a man, they could be like, nope, that black chick was wrong. And they can just give them a link to Candace Owens saying they should have it saved on their phone. Like, it should be in every clipboard of every device, where they can just go bloop, 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 and just send it to, see, she said that she was stupid right there. I don't see why she should have to take it down. When Owens realized her claim about Mrs. Macron's children, i.e. that she fathered her children with the fictitious Brigitte Proba Azir, could not possibly be true, she dropped them, offering no alternative explanation, just a gaping hole. Don't say gaping hole on my stream. Don't do it. I don't have to laugh. I'm not permitted to laugh yet. She counted on her audience being too captivated or too unquestioning to notice the gap, let alone call her out on it. The reason is clear. Any theory that claims Mrs. Macron is not the mother of her children recklessly disregards a striking resemblance between her and her daughters. Oh, God, kinda. Look at blonde Mick Jagger in the middle. Holy shit. Why do they do this? Look at this beautiful family. Ugh. Oh my God. I saw The Hills Have Eyes. I don't need to see this again. Doesn't it look like she's about to rock my fucking face off? The December retraction demand reminded Owens that Mrs. Macron, Jean-Michel, and Jean-Louis, along with his wife, Catherine, have sued the originators of this theory, Ray and Roy, for defamation. Cool. On September 12th, 2024, Ray and Roy were found guilty of defamation in order to pay damages to Mrs. Macron and Jean-Michel. Before that, the women were found guilty and fined for lying about Jean-Louis and Catherine. Owens disregarded this credible evidence because it contradicted her preconceived narratives. Now, this is one of the things I want to have Barnes on to talk about, because Ray and Roy lost defamation cases, but then they got at least some of them reversed on appeal. And Barnes put up a little explanation of it today, but hopefully he'll be able to go more in depth into it. But he basically said the French courts allow you to lie if you believe the lie, if you can demonstrate that you truly believe the lie. And apparently they demonstrated enough to the appeals court that they believed the lie genuinely and truthfully. And so therefore, even though it was defamatory under the French definition, they weren't liable for the defamation because they truly believed it. That's what I got the impression of that Barnes was saying. We'll ask him when he joins to talk about this if that's correct. But he said that doesn't exist. There's no analog to that in the U.S. system. And I don't think that's actually true, though, because I do think that's where reckless disregard and knowledge of the falsity come in. I think it's with public figures specifically. Like if you believe, the one thing is there is a reasonable person standard attached to it, but you're also not expected to have seen all contrary evidence necessarily. And you're not expected to go find all contrary evidence. You're supposed to put in a reasonable effort. And I mentioned this last Wednesday. Wednesday was when we streamed. I think I mentioned it there, but I know I mentioned it on Twitter. Is the reckless disregard standard for a journalist is slightly different than just someone speaking. A journalist, they do some level of investigation and fact verification before they run a story. And so the reckless disregard is if they violate their own standards of publishing. So if they go to print, so to speak, without doing their normal level of fact checking, their normal level of verification, then that's when reckless disregard, like they're showing, hey, you didn't even investigate this in the way that you normally would. So that's reckless disregard. Now there's still the other reckless disregard, which would be like, if you're presented with something that is undeniable, a reasonable person would go, oh yeah, this is the thing. Then you're kind of expected to go through it. But there's a lot of factors to that. Like what's the source? Is it trustworthy? All of that stuff. But Candace Owens does a show that they've over and over have said is based on conspiracy theories, and they have she has crazy wild people on to spread these lies and all of this stuff. Okay, that's all over the complaint. Well, so then we know that Candace Owens probably isn't doing a deep level of fact checking on the stories that she's talking about, because her show's a newsfotainment show. And is really a lot more about her personality and her opinions than it is about delivering facts. And this is a defense that they used in when Fox sued what's her face, the Rachel Maddow defense, right? Rachel Maddow is not expected to deliver facts, even though she said this is a fact. And that's probably one of Candace Owens' biggest defense is the Maddow defense, and really any major opinion or news personality or minor, their defense is the Maddow defense. It worked for Rachel Maddow. It didn't work as well for right-wing commentators, but it should. Probably won't work for Candace Owens though, just because she's driving while black. But there is I slightly disagree with Robert Barnes on that one, because I do think that reckless disregard provides an analog where basically you're allowed to be wrong. You can be wrong. The question is, are you lying? Are you ignoring the truth effectively? So here we go. Owens responds with ridicule and doubles down, which I think all letters should be responded to with ridicule, especially like nice letters from your family. On January 10th, 2025, defendants posted on X that the Macrons had sent Owens a legal letter. That post demonstrated Owens' loose relationship with the truth. In her X post, Owens claimed that in mid-November, she made contact with a journalist claiming to have a trove of evidence to support the claim that the First Lady of France lived as a man named Jean-Michel Trogneux before becoming and transitioning to Brigitte I know I'm saying Jean-Michel wrong, but I'm going with it. Owens crafted the post to suggest that she had a news source. Wait. In mid-November, I made contact with a journalist claiming to have a trove of evidence to support the claim the First Lady of France lived as a man named Jean-Michel Trudeau before becoming and transitioning to Brigitte. So it says Owens crafted the post to suggest that she had a news source, but the journalist was actually Poussard. Where? Where does it say she has a news source? There's nothing in that sentence that says news source. She did make contact with a journalist in November. I believe we can believe her because they said she did. And it's just that it was Poussard and not a news source whom she'd already met and interviewed. Owens claimed that just 10 days after their initial correspondence, the Macrons sent her a legal letter proving that Owens saw and ignored the Macrons' initial outreach in early December. So, Miss Peachy Keen, I'm not from Minnesota. I'm from Texas. I'm unlawfully and against my will detained in Minnesota. I'm stuck here. But that being said, no, there is no comedy in Minnesota. Nothing's funny here. Everything is brown or cold. All right, so she ignored, like proving that she saw and ignored the initial outreach in early December. I mean, she could have seen it and not opened the letter. Who cares? It's a letter. Letters are stupid. Owens claimed the Macrons demanded she not publicize the letter. In fact, the letter had only a heading stating it was not for publication or attribution, a far cry from the demand she claimed. Wait a minute. Wait. They say this letter is not for publication or attribution. So she says they demanded she not publicize it. I mean, I think that's a demand. Right? Like, I think so. Most troubling, Owens promised she would publicize the December retraction demand, but she never did. Okay. Why is that the most troubling? Of all the things you're accusing Candace Owens of, you're like, most troubling is that she said she'd publish a letter and then she didn't. Oh. Okay. And the reason is clear. The 33-page December retraction demand conclusively debunked Owens' claims and exposed her lies. I mean, I would assume it was conclusive, or probably conclusory. She doesn't believe you. Again, Candace Owens believes that a global elite has lied about her entire background. She's like, well, I sent a letter. So? Who gives a shit if you sent a letter? I wouldn't believe you either. I would not believe a letter from any head of state by default. Send me every head of state. I demand that you send me a letter now, and I will tell you, I will put them on air and we'll be like, do we believe this? And I'll say, no. You guys can tell me if you believe it. That's the we, me and you. We're a team. But I will automatically disbelieve it. Head of state sends me a letter. What the fuck are you doing? Send me a letter. Send me a text. I know you can hack my phone number. Owens knows a media firestorm when she sees one. Yeah, literally, you've described how that's her entire career. Sensing an opportunity to amplify her claims and attract more attention, she falsely asserted that Tucker Carlson, a high-profile political commentator, was named in the December retraction demand. Defendants tagged Carlson on X, banking on the controversy to draw him in and further spread Owens' false narrative. Mentioned in this letter are Tucker Carlson, Tate the Talisman, Archbishop of Vigano, I don't know, a real Alex Jones, Jimmy Dore, and many others. Once again, framing herself as a victim, in defendant's January 10th, 2025 episode of Candace, Owens claimed the Macrons attempted to personally serve her with the December retraction demand to intimidate and terrify her. So wait, I guess all the other people that she mentions in here, like Tate the Talisman, Archbishop Vagina, and real Alex Jones, like those people must be mentioned in the letter, right? Because they only said that Tucker Carlson wasn't. I wonder why she put Tucker in there. Okay, so yes. Owens claimed the Macrons attempted to personally serve her with the December retraction demand to intimidate and terrify her. However, she neglected to tell her viewers that, in fact, the Macrons only resorted to personal service after she ignored multiple emails. Well, like, personal service is kind of how you do things. Email service is not. Owens claimed the Macrons strenuously requested that she not publicize the December retraction demand and that the letter said all over it that it was not to be shared. Another, at best, gross exaggeration. The letter contained only a standard first page heading, confidential, not for publication or attribution. Okay. So she exaggerated that. What a crime. Owens continued to refuse. I know what they're trying to do. They're trying to say she has a pattern of exaggeration, a pattern of hyperbole, but that's not good for them. That's not good. If you establish that Candace Owens' words are not to be trusted on their face, then you establish that a reasonable person, which I already believe, would not really trust in what Candace Owens has to say. Oh, she's lying about everything, including the letter. She lies about literally everything at all. Well, then why would anyone believe her? Owens continued to refuse to meaningfully engage with the December retraction demand. Instead, she intentionally led her audience to believe that the Macrons refused to say whether Mrs. Macron was born a woman or address Owens' other claims. But Owens knew that the December retraction demand addressed each of her claims and proved them to be false. Owens cherry-picked portions of the December retraction demand to read to her audience, but did not present the evidence against her claims that it contained. Too bad. Because it contradicted her preconceived narrative. Or maybe she just didn't trust you. Arian says, today's been an oddly dark day, and I was just wondering where the humorous spirit I'd always wanted but never had until 3 years ago is gone. Yours came to mind, and I thought how nice it'd be right now. I saw you were live. Yay, says the Muppet. Yay! What's up, Arian? Welcome to the stream. Hopefully I can be your humorous spirit crutch for the evening. So yeah, so she cherry picked your letter. This is the everybody gets mad about this stuff. Oh, I sent them a letter and they didn't say, they didn't really cover everything that I said. Well, no, why? They don't have to. You sent them the letter. You didn't send their audience the letter. Those are different things. If you want to combat Candace Owens' voice, you're the French fucking president. And this at the end of the day, of course, is, like, where the philosophical problem comes in here. Like Candace Owens, yeah, she has 6 million Twitter followers and 4-something million YouTube followers, whatever. You're the French president. You lead a nation of 50 million people. You have the globe's attention. Is France 50 or 35 million? Population of France. We come from France. 68.29 million. Man, they brought in a lot of Muslims. You run a country of over almost 70 million people who also has a I think it's an average annual tourist attraction of something near 100% of the population. Like France's tourism industry is huge. And so you're talking about like having influence over potentially another 50 to 70 million people as well. And they're out here going, we can't compete with Candace Owens. Why? They don't want to. And this, I think, this is a weird potential problem. And I don't know if Delaware defamation law contemplates a duty to mitigate damages in any way. But the Macrons have a huge bullhorn. And Emmanuel could come up to the podium as a French president and every time be like, and this is my wife, Brigitte, who is a woman, no matter what that weird black lady in America says. He could say that every time. And again, he has a global stage. Like he could go to the G20 summit or whatever and be like, she is a lady. Nothing dangles, right? Like he could do this. The Macrons could do this. You could say, well, that's not really proper. It's like, well, too bad. Too bad. If you want to compete with a loud voice, use your louder voice. That's the whole reason the public figure doctrine exists, is because public figures have the ability to get their messaging out as they desire. They have a greater ability than anyone else, either due to money or status. So they don't want to use it. Again, I think Candace seems to be cooked on making false statements, assuming that they are false. I don't know. I don't care, again. But damages is going to be tough. There's a lot of arguments on damages, I think. There's a lot of wiggle room here. All right, so back to this thing. But yeah, they're like, oh, I can't believe I sent Candace Owens a thing, and she didn't broadcast exactly what I sent her, or like all of what I sent her. She didn't have to. She didn't have to broadcast anything. In fact, you told her not to broadcast. Now you're mad that she didn't broadcast enough. Make up your fucking minds. So here we go. Indeed, Owens told her viewers that she had evidence disproving portions of the December retraction demand, but she was not going to tell you that today. Spoiler, she never presented it. Oh, they threw in like a Zoomer spoiler. I love lawyers. Owens leveraged the December retraction demand to generate buzz and build anticipation for upcoming episodes. Yes, there is nothing greater when you're shitting on someone than for them to send you a fucking letter saying, please stop making fun of me in these specific ways. Because then you know exactly how to make fun of them. So here we go. Yeah, generate buzz and build anticipation for upcoming episodes. Again, Owens implied she had a news source. She didn't. I mean, in what they quoted, she didn't say anything about a new source. There's nothing new implied there at all. This is just complete bullshit with a trove of evidence. But that source was Poussard, whom she had already presented to her audience. She then falsely claimed that the timing of the December retraction demand demonstrated the communications of the journalists are being monitored, but admitted she had no evidence to support this. Well, I mean, you were monitoring her communications, her public ones, right? Like, yeah, she said we were monitoring her communications, which we just sent her a detailed letter about. We just sent her a detailed letter about her communication with the public about Brigitte, and but we're not monitoring it. Yes, you are. What are you fucking talking about? Of course you're monitoring it. How would you know she said any of this stuff if you weren't monitoring it? I mean, we sent her a giant letter saying in all the ways that we were listening and that she got it wrong, but we're not monitoring. Okay, fine. Rather than, I know what they're saying. They're saying that they weren't monitoring her private communications, and that's what she was talking about, but okay. Notice they don't quote her when they said, but admitted she had no evidence to support this. Rather than reconsider her false claims, Owens doubled down, blaming the Macrons for her content being removed from YouTube and vowing not to retract what she deems to be the truth. Well, did you guys remove her content from YouTube? What's up, Boosh? How you doing, brother? Anniversary was good. Very good. Very chill. Relax, but it was nice. Spent a bunch of time together. On January 11, 2025, defendants posted on X that all correspondence between our legal teams will be available for the public to read. Owens has not lived up to this promise because she knows the legal correspondence contradicts her false claim. Did she say when? Also, again, Owens backing down on her own brazen statements doesn't make those statements like, or that doesn't make her having lied anywhere else. Like that, it's just collateral attacks on how she does her show to try and show that she's dishonest in all things. But defamation isn't about being dishonest in all things. Defamation is about being dishonest on specific things. National Enquirer, what story did they break? Holy shit. I can't remember. There's a huge story that the National Enquirer broke and no one believed it at first. What was that? Was that a Trump thing? No. They were helping Trump. Fuck, which one was it? John Edwards. Yes, it was a John Edwards story. That's right. Thank you, Thomas DeVry. So yeah, the John Edwards story. Nobody they're like, wait, National Enquirer is a bunch of bullshit, right? It doesn't matter if they lie all the time. It matters if they lied this time about this thing and caused damage. Okay, so let's see. As with her other false allegations, see this collateralization of statements to her audience about like, oh, I'm going to show you all my stuff, or oh, I'm going to do this next show, and then she didn't. None of that has anything to do with her statements about Brigitte, and trying to lump them in is a nice rhetorical trick, but it hopefully will not be considered in the lawsuit. She promised strong evidence that the first communion photo was not Mrs. Macron, but never delivered it. She also pretended that the Macrons had not definitively denied her claims, ignoring the clear contradictory evidence they had already provided. Okay, so here's the thing. If she's promising evidence and not providing it, if she's promising all this proof and never providing it, aren't people naturally going to not believe her? I mean, that's what I would think.
Objection, Your Honor. The words of a YouTube host are a binding legal agreement.
Fuck. You're right. I forgot about that. About that. Brian Ogden says, we are the people of not Candace or France. Exactly. Okay. On a paragraph 98 here. Defendants continued to mock the Macron's attempt to correct the record. Good. They should. That's funnier. Demonstrating that Owens was not interested in the truth. She doesn't believe you. She doesn't believe you. I don't know, man. She doesn't believe them. She believes that a global elite is lying to her. So does a lot of people on a whole lot of subjects. But I like how they keep doing this. Like, we've sent her the proof. We've sent her the proof, and she's just ignoring it. It's like, well, yeah, she doesn't believe it. So it's not proof to her. Let's see. She would rather make salacious and false claims to boost her revenue. Who wouldn't? Candace Owens makes so much money. And she made a lot of money making fun of you. For example, wouldn't it be great if Candace Owens came out and said, I was just making fun of her? Like, because look at her. For example, defendants reposted and expanded on a post from Alexander Dugin, a far-right Russian philosopher and controversial figure, featuring Mrs. Macron as a Neanderthal and wondering if he too would be sent to retraction demand. That's funny. That's unquestionably funny. Like, so Alexander Dugin says, we've made some fact checking and can certified the first appearance of Brigitte Macron from Neanderthalian cave in the south of France. She doesn't only belong to a different gender, but to a different race than all the rest of the humans. That's a good joke for a Russian. They have troubles with comedy. They're very serious. Candace Owens retweets it, says, amazing, laughy face with crying tears emoji. Will Emmanuel Macron now send a strongly worded letter to Alexander Dugin? How global is Emmanuel Macron willing to go? And that's a good question, right? Everyone is making fun of me. Okay. On January 11th, 2025, defendants reposted on X the false assertion that the December retraction demand admitted that Mrs. Macron raped President Macron. How's it? Is that a false assertion? Brian Ogden says, looks like Angel Reese. Angel Reese. This was blatantly false, and Owens knew it. The truth was that the December retraction demand pointedly denied that the president was statutorily raped. That sounds like something a statutory rapist would say, doesn't it? You raped that person. No, I didn't. See? I said, no, I didn't. Oh, okay. Well, I believe you now. No, it sucks. Don't get me wrong. From the Macron's perspective, how do you prove you didn't, like, how does Brigitte prove that she didn't have sex with Emmanuel Macron when he was 15? How does she do that? It's impossible. It's impossible for them to come out. They could deny it. They have denied it. They denied it. I don't have any interest, like, one way or the other here. And I 100% believe that she and that kid had sex. 100%. He married the fucking crypt keeper. And he marries her, like, if I'm not mistaken, when he marries her, she's 54 even. And he's like 30 based on the date they got married. Because didn't she got divorced in 06. They get married in 07. She was born in 53. So she's 54 years old. I don't know. I was going to say something. What's this?
Just silence the haters and show us her dick.
What's up, Tristan Green? How you doing? How you doing? She's 72 now, right? Yeah. But she was 54 when they got married. So I 100% believe that he was her first love, both romantically, intellectually, and sexually. I 100% believe that she groomed him. I believe that she and I don't believe it because Candace said it. I believe it because I have a fucking brain. And this guy was a lifelong simp for this weird looking hobgoblin. Right. So I 100% believe that she statutorily raped him, that basically imprinted on him at a time when he was exceedingly vulnerable. And I think that this is, of course, this is one of the damaging aspects of something like statutory rape. Because I was talking about that the other day, where I was talking about my frustration with the victimization of primarily teenage boys by teachers in the U.S. education system, or in the French one, as it were, where the female teacher is often kind of gets a pass because the boy, quote unquote, wanted it, because they're 14 or 15 years old and they want to put their pee-pee in anything that they can find because they got hormones wrecking their fucking brain. But when they do that and they get that first rush of dopamine, serotonin, and oxytocin that floods their brain, it changes the chemistry that was up there. You know, that's why the first time sexual encounters are really important formative point in people's lives, because all of the rewards that your brain can produce are flood into you the moment you have you achieve orgasm. And then of course, if you're with someone else, that is then associated with that person. And the first time that it happens, like, those feelings are probably, some of the strongest that you may ever feel. And so, like, you've got this scenario where this guy's 15, his parents move him away from her, but they keep in touch and they keep in touch. He keeps in touch with her through all of college, through all of grad school, as he gets I think he has a PhD in something dumb, of course. And then this motherfucker's 30, 15 years. 15 years they have correspondence with each other. and he marries her. And there's no like, I mean, it's either it's this super sweet love story, or else it's or else she basically imprinted on him like a werewolf or whatever, and he didn't, he was done from that point.
A 15-year-old French boy is like a 15-year-old bottle of wine, ready to pop.
Allegedly.
Oh my God. Thanks, Allie. Thanks for ruining everything I just said. No, you didn't. Not like outwardly, just in my brain. Okay. The truth. Yeah. It pointedly denied that he was statutorily raped. You have to deny it, though. Like, you have to. They have to. It would be a massive scandal. She would look really fucking bad, and he would look, kind of bad, and so would the families and all that stuff. Everybody looks bad in that case. They have to deny it. So do you believe the denial that they have to make? Here, Alex Stein gets a little moment. Alex Stein says the French government just admitted to real Candace Owens. The President Macron started his relationship with Brigitte when he was 15 years old, and somehow that's not rape in France. And of course, their argument would be like, but they didn't actually have sexual intercourse. Miss Peachy Keen, yes, it was a Twilight reference. Yes. Hashtag Team Jacob, because Edward looks like an emaciated fag most of the time. But that guy, Taylor Lawrence, not Taylor Lawrence, what was his name? The guy who played Jacob. I don't like his face. I think that guy has an ugly face. Candace Owens says, you will note the lawyers intentionally leave out how old Brigitte was. The public was told a lie from the very beginning. They were told Macron was 17 and Brigitte was 34. All of that was a media curated tale to help bury the obvious perversion. So wait a minute. Now we have another problem. Taylor Lautner. Thank you, Ice Dancer, for that. Taylor Lautner. See, his ugly face makes me forget his name. This is important, though, and I this shouldn't be overlooked. If the Macrons facilitated and orchestrated a lie about the ages of Emmanuel and Brigitte when they met, you've just complicated the issue. Defamation doesn't quite have like an unclean hands doctrine. But if you come to the table with a lie and Candace Owens is like, I'm here to correct the lie. What duty does she have to believe you if your initial publication or if your initial public statements were a lie? And she catches you in that lie. On January 12th, 2025, defendants again reposted another claim that the December retraction demand admitted that Ms. Macron raped President Macron and agreed it was indeed the most stunning admission from the letter. Owens repeated this claim on defendants' January 13th, 2025 episode. Again, Owens knew these statements were false when she made them, but the truth did not matter when there were followers to be gained. Well, except I don't even believe you. I inherently disagree with Candace Owens. When she wakes up, I go to sleep. Like, it's that strong. But you're sitting here telling me that you didn't say, like, you didn't say in the letter, like, the years that they met, because we now know the story is 15 and 30. And you're going to convince me? You're going to try and convince me that she didn't have sex with him at all. Everything was on the up and up and proper. But the way you described their relationship, it was wildly improper. Even absent sex, it was wildly improper, which is why the parents moved Macron away. The parents moving Macron away also suggests that something bigger went on. If they move Emmanuel away from her, why? Like, it's just his tutor and, poetry reciter and child feeder. I don't know what the implication was, that she fed children to him, but that doesn't make sense. Anyway, and statutory rapist. That's the implication. Anyway, here we go. Owens' response to the December retraction demand was picked up by other media outlets who understood from Owens that the Macrons had not provided any denials or evidence against her false claims, including that the Macrons were lying about Mrs. Macron's biological sex, just as Owens intended. Those same outlets described Owens as doubling down on all her claims. Okay. So here's all these, look at all these publications. Hey, here's a thought. Why don't you publish the letter? Where's the fucking letter? Where's the letter? They could have published this letter. They could have said, look, Candace Owens is a giant bitch. And she's a liar and a fucking loser. Here's the letter that we sent her. She's trying to ignore it. Why not? Why not do it? Defendants prioritize profit over truth and use the December retraction demand as a fuel for even more content. Yeah. Are you learning how this works yet? It's like a treadmill. Everything into the content machine. On January 13th, 2025, defendants posted on X that Owens was sharing her legal response to the Macrons, one that she had not yet sent to them. Okay. In defendants' July 13th, 2025 episode, Owens promised to upload her entire response to her locals page. Yet again, she did not follow through. Well, her lawyers probably told her not to. And here's the reason they would tell her not to, right? Real quick. Your filings in a case. The Roz Rodriguez says, wait, so this is the only person he's had sex with. We don't know that, or I don't know that. I don't know that at all. It just kind of seems like she may have been the first person he had sex with. He may have been 15, or I keep saying 30, 39. She was 39. She's 25 years older than him. Am I doing that math wrong? Whatever. It doesn't matter. He spent 15 years between that early time and marrying her. It's possible entirely that he fucked a bunch of French dudes in college or whatever, right? Like, 'cause he's obviously into guys. Like that's pretty clear. Because he's French is the joke, not because he married a man. Like that's incidental. Hold on. Okay, so what I was saying, sorry, I had to get my brain back to it. When you either file a complaint, a petition or whatever, and then, or you file a response or a motion or a memorandum, those are privileged documents. You're privileged from things like defamation because you're making statements of fact. And if everybody who said something that the court determined to be false was found guilty of defamation, we couldn't have a legal system because you have two sides arguing facts in every case. And one of those sides is the judge is going to determine that one fact is more likely to be true than the other fact. And so the other fact would be necessarily false. If it's on the same matter and they're competing facts, one will be found to be correct. So we couldn't have defamation applying to legal filings. So they're generally privileged. However, if you generate a legal document like a complaint or a response of some sort, and you publish that document, you bring that document to the public. If you do that, you might lose the privilege that exists in the document, because if they say that you're just generating, like you're just engaging the legal document for the purposes, for a defamatory purpose. So basically you're not being honest with the court. You've created the document for some other reason than what it's intended. And so if you do that, you may lose that privilege status. So I'm guessing that maybe Candace's lawyers were like, you should not publish a response. Let the public find it is what you should do. All right, here we go. At that point, Owens decided to escalate her claims further. In that same episode, Owens falsely implied that the Macrons were responsible for the death of a journalist investigating them. They're responsible for it. Okay. Owens claimed that the Macrons have a dark side, and one by one, these independent journalists and researchers begin to suffer. Noting that this is a true story, Owens told her audience about Isabella Ferreira, who was investigating the Macrons' relationship and, quote, landed upon something bigger. And, quote, 2 weeks later, this Isabella Ferreira is found dead. The authorities ruled Ferreira's death a suicide, but Owens claimed claimed that was almost impossible. The intended, unavoidable, and false implication is that Ferreira was killed for investigating the Macrons. But wait a minute. She doesn't say the Macrons did it necessarily. I don't see her like. You'd think that they would have a quote, right? To me, if you say she's holding the Macrons responsible for her death, then they would have a quote where she says, yeah, the Macrons are responsible for her death. Or the Macrons had her killed or whatever. But they don't put that in there. So she probably didn't say it. She just says it's almost impossible that she commits suicide. That's like me saying, I don't think it's possible for Seth Rich to shoot himself in the back of the head twice. That doesn't mean that Hillary Clinton killed him. She did. It doesn't mean that. But you let people come to the conclusion of something happened. Sure. And it is curious, right? If she does die 2 weeks after she lands on something big, like, I guess she landed on a sword. Owens repeated that the December retraction demand did not deny that Brigitte is trans or explicitly state that Brigitte Macron was born a biological woman. This is false. The December retraction demand explicitly stated that the Macrons were not concealing Mrs. Macron's biological sex and that she was born Brigitte Trogno, a woman. Okay. Why isn't it in quotes? Where's the letter? Where's the fucking letter? So the question here, these doubling down statements are saying what is and isn't in the letter. They run into are these things doing the damage? Where's the damage coming from? Is the damage coming from the statement? Is it already done? Who knows? But it does bolster the entire argument. Owens told the Macrons to bring the lawsuit. She continued, quote, "Don't even waste your money on getting a courier to file. I'll file it for you. I'll run down to the courthouse and file a lawsuit for you," Owens claimed. "I might even cover your legal expenses." Well, you might. You might cover their legal expenses if they win. Owens displayed her ill will toward the Macrons, stating, "I am disgusted by your relationship. You make me sick, Brigitte." But that's okay. That's fine. You can be made sick by someone's relationship. I'm sickened by their relationship. I think they're disgusting. I think again, you're going to have to work hard to convince me, and you don't have to work hard. I don't matter, but you're going to have to work hard to convince me that she wasn't grooming and sleeping with this boy. And he was a boy. He still kind of is. On January 16, 2025, several days after publicly referencing its contents, Owens finally sent a response to the December retraction demand to the Macrons' counsel. Rather than retract her demonstrably false statements, Owens defiantly reaffirmed them. She provided no evidence or justification to support her defamatory claims. Okay. Instead, she attempted to trivialize the matter by insisting that the Macrons reframe their denials as responses to 21 questions. An apparent effort to convert her baseless investigation into a publicity stunt. Owens then misled her audience by claiming that because she had posed these questions, the Macrons could never prove actual malice. Don't say what someone can and can't prove. I probably have said that too. But there's a distinction here. Saying you can't prove a fact is one thing. You can't prove this fact. There are certain things that I can promise, I can say here's the thing, and you can never prove it because I'm the only one who knows, for example, right? Like I'm the only one who knows what I'm thinking about during the day. So I can say I was thinking about watermelon freezy pops or something, and you couldn't prove or disprove it. Like there'd be no way to do so. So certainly there are things that you can say someone can never prove, right? But saying you can't prove actual malice is to say that you can't meet a legal standard. Saying you can't meet a legal standard is going to be tough, especially if it's in this case where you're like, oh, well, I sent you some questions. That's just bad legal analysis. She failed to disclose, however, that the Macrons had already addressed the substance of her questions within the December retraction demand. Why would she need to disclose that? And I don't know that Owens is misleading her audience by saying this. Again, I hate defending Candace so much here, but like, is she misleading her audience if she's just wrong? Like she's not a lawyer. Is she a lawyer? Candace Owens isn't a lawyer, right? Did she even graduate college? Let's see. She graduated Stanford High School. While a 17-year-old senior at Stanford High School, Owens received 3 racist death threat voicemail messages totaling 2 minutes from a group of white male classmates, which included the son of then mayor and future Democratic governor Daniel Malloy. Okay. Joshua Starr, the city's superintendent of schools, listened to the voicemail messages and said they were horrendous. Owens' family sued the Stanford Board of Education in federal court, alleging that the city did not protect her rights, resulting in a $37,500 settlement in January 2008. She's been fucking annoying this long. She pursued an undergraduate degree in journalism at the University of Rhode Island. She dropped out after her junior year because of an issue with her student loan. Oh, okay. Got it. So yeah, she didn't get her degree, which is fine. I just didn't want to say she's not a lawyer and then have it turn out to be that she is one. Owens releases an 8-part series pushing the conspiracy packed with false and defamatory claims she knows are blatantly false. Okay, blatantly false. Very interesting legal standard there. On January 31st, 2025, defendants premiered the series. The series began with an introductory episode, followed by 6 chapters, and concluded with an epilogue. Throughout the series, Owens made the false and defamatory allegations that Mrs. Macron, born a man. Every time they gender someone in this, it's funny. Stole another person's identity to become Brigitte. Mrs. Macron and President Macron are blood relatives involved in incest. President Macron was chosen to be the president of France as part of MK Ultra or a similar mind control program. Well, like MK Ultra or one of its copycats, right? And Mrs. Macron and President Macron are committing forgery, fraud, and abuses of power to cover up these facts. These claims are demonstrably false, and Owens knew it when she published them. She doesn't seem to know it. She doesn't actually seem to know it at all. She seems to be thoroughly convinced that she is correct. All right, guys. I need to go to the bathroom real quick. So don't go anywhere. Don't touch that dial. I'll be back in less than 4 minutes, and we'll see you in just a second. I just have to pee.
He drank a fair bit and then realized that his bladder can't handle the liquor inside, leaving us with his chair while he runs up the stairs, hoping the stream doesn't suddenly die. While we are waiting, we'll be laughing at you, the drinking washing your hands and you realize that you've forgotten to scrub both the front and the back. Then you'll grab a quick bite, kiss your lady goodnight, and remember to thank her for all of the snacks. Whoa, water will cure your hangover. Oh, drink some when the stream is over. When you have small bladder and no sphincter control, freedom of liquor doesn't mean freedom from soaking your drawers. Soaking your drawers.
Okay, hey, what's up, guys? I'm back. So that was weird. Was the song playing? Was there a song? There's supposed to be. I didn't hear it though. Anyway, I got to get a drain installed right under my desk. It played. Okay. Did you wash your hands? No, I just licked them clean like always. What are you talking about? Who washes their hands? Just lick them. All right, here we go. Back to this thing. An introduction, January 31st, 2025. So now we're going to go. We're going to get summaries of Candace Owens' content, I guess. Patty Leather says, go to mass, Polak. Okay, leave me alone. I'll go. Stop it. Just don't make me go to the Easter one. It's so long. The first installment, titled An Introduction, premiered on January 31st, 2025. Defendants announced the introductory episode on X. The episode can be found on CandaceOwens.com, YouTube, Spotify, Audible, iHeartRadio, Apple Podcasts, and Amazon Music. A transcript available on YouTube is available on YouTube, Spotify, Apple Podcasts, and Podscribe. Cool. Great. So here's Candace Owens saying, despite all the censorship and prosecution in France, we are already trending because today is becoming Brigitte Day. The French citizens have been gaslit for years by their media. That ends today. See you at 4 p.m. Eastern as we begin to awaken the world to the sadistic world. Not good. She definitely is not a not a degree holder in writing. Of Brigitte and her groomed pet, Emmanuel Macron, plus the power structure that protects them both. That's provocative. Groomed pet is funny. Groomed pet is funny. As a reminder, guys, super tips are available. You can even interrupt the show if you want by selecting the play or skip queue option, in which you can surprise me. Otherwise, I play them when I'm able to. Like now.
To quote Asmongold, don't need to wash your hands if you have a clean dick.
I didn't think that guy ever said anything funny, and I'm wrong. That sucks. Good job, Asmongold. That's a good line. Just before the premiere of the introduction, Owens claimed that her website was attacked by a state-level actor to prevent its publication. The implication was that the Macrons were trying to prevent the series from premiering. Owens told readers she would provide proof, but she never did. Notwithstanding lack of proof, Owens repeated these false claims. What false claims? How do you know? Wait a minute. How can you possibly know that they're false claims? Maybe her website was attacked by a state-level actor, but maybe it wasn't about you, you fucking narcissists. It's not about you. Not about you. Throughout the introduction, Owens made the overarching false claim that the Macrons are surrounded by a syndicate, cool, of criminals, cool, that help them conceal their secrets, less cool. If you have a bunch of criminals, why would it's like, oh, conceal my secrets? No, you have cool people running around, do your bidding. And you're like, oh, conceal secrets. Have them bring you ho-hos. Jesus. Which proves they themselves must be criminals. Well, I mean, technically, if you have criminals that you're associated with and you're working towards a common purpose, then yeah, I mean, you're engaged in criminal conspiracy, I guess. Owens made the following specific defamatory claims. All right. Brigitte Macron's alleged brother, who I believe Brigitte Macron is. Okay, so if I'm crafting the defense for Candace Owens, and this, I said a similar, I didn't have it as formulated on Wednesday, but I said a similar thing about one of the statements. It's paragraph 55 specifically bothers me because it's alleged to be a defamatory statement. And the way the sentence is constructed, I don't know that it is. Okay. So Brigitte Macron's alleged brother, who I believe Brigitte Macron is. Well, the fact statement isn't that Brigitte Macron is the brother. The fact statement is that Candace Owens believes it. Right? That's that. That's what that is. She can believe the wrong thing. She has the right to do so. She has the right to tell people she believes the wrong thing too. This doesn't mean that the whole suit goes out, but like if we're going through, we need to look at the specific defamatory statements that they put out there. And the other one, what was the... Okay. So we're on page 52. Hold on. I want to go back to that statement. Here we go. So this is a statement I was talking about yesterday that they said is defamatory. And here's what they quote from it. Candace Owens, quote, would stake her entire professional reputation on the fact that Brigitte Macron is in fact a man. Okay. I know that she's saying Brigitte is a man. And so here's what I... Fuck, what page were we on? Someone remind me, was it 52? I think it was 52 or 51, something like that. Okay, hear me out. Because Candace Owens has I'm going to be honest with you. Candace Owens has a really tough case right now. Like, this is a really tough case based on the complaint. We haven't seen her answer, but based on the complaint, she's got a really, really tough case. There's no two bones about it. She's got a tough case to fight. This is against a law firm that wins high-profile defamation cases routinely. All right, so she's got a bit to go. But if I'm crafting her defense, one component of it is to bring in, an English language expert and a syntax and usage expert, and talk about what her statements actually are. What is the statement? What is the statement here? Because in this one, your statement is that she would stake her reputation on this. That's what she's saying. I would stake my reputation on this thing. Okay. It's not actually making the claim that the thing is the thing. It's making the claim that she would stake her reputation on it. And that's not defamatory. You can stake your reputation on whatever the fuck you want. And so I think in a similar way here, I believe Brigitte Macron is her brother, basically. I believe that is what she's saying. Well, that's the statement of fact. The statement of fact is not that Brigitte Macron is her brother. That is a fact that's assumed in the statement itself, but it is not the statement. The statement that she makes is that she believes it. Does a jury buy that? Who knows? Next one. And guys, by the way, you should know that there is this strange case of what happens to every journalist who tries to touch the story. First and foremost, Isabella Ferreira. I think I mentioned this on a past episode. People who began prodding into the story as an independent journalist happened upon some huge information pertaining to the relationship of Emmanuel Macron and Brigitte. But then she was found dead. She was found dead floating in a river, and her friend said that she didn't kill herself, but the media said she most definitely did that. What about that statement is defamatory? What about that statement? Oh, it implies that they did something. That statement actually doesn't imply that the Macrons killed Isabella. It just says that, wow. It basically says, I don't believe she commits suicide. It doesn't. You can't defame someone by like a lie that you have to really insert facts into. So I don't actually see anything defamatory in this. It doesn't say that they killed her. It doesn't make that accusation. Someone else could have killed her on behalf of the Macrons, and the Macrons could have had nothing to do with it. If Candace Owens says that they killed her, that's a more definitive statement, obviously. She didn't say that in there. She didn't even say that they had her killed, arranged her death. Then the next one. There have been people who have been so concerned about like our safety and stuff. We did up on security for this time being after getting the letter from Macron and because of things that we know about their network and things that are happening. Like I said, to every journalist that has tried to get this out, we are taking this seriously. But also know that at the end of the day, it's not in the security's hands, it's in God's hands. And so we just ask everybody, whether you believe or not, to just pray. That's not a defamatory statement at all. That's definitely not like these. She's publishing what would be, nation rocking secrets about a state, about a head of state. Anyone who's not concerned for their security that is doing that, especially at the popularity level of someone like Candace Owens, right? Like you have to be concerned. You have to be worried about what's happening. You have to be worried for your safety. You're talking about, again, global elite in a negative way, very public, and people believe you. That's their nightmare. The global elite's nightmare is that someone believes someone other than them. That's why they work so hard to make sure you only get their message and that theirs is the one that gets sold to everybody. Boosh McFadden says, do you know what 66% of a poop is? 2 turds. I hate that joke. The introduction set the tone for the series and left no doubt that Owens intended to portray the Macrons as liars and criminals. She told viewers that the Macrons are, in fact, lying to the public about Brigitte Macron's past identity, and they would not believe Mrs. Macron was a woman by the time the series concluded. She promised her viewers that the series would get more sensational as it went on, noting the introduction was the tip of the iceberg, and the Macrons are involved in pedophilia, pederasty, incest, lies, and trying to thug people via courts. Now that gets closer. That right there is closer to a defamatory statement. Like you're saying that they are involved in that. But notice what they did there. They said that the tip of the iceberg is in quotes. But what's not in quotes is, and the Macrons are involved in. So how does she say it? How does she say it? Because they've already demonstrated an inability to draw proper inferences from English. Owens juxtaposed her claim of criminal activity alongside insinuations of foul play in the case of Isabella Ferreira to intentionally imply that the Macrons were involved in Ferreira's death, a baseless and defamatory accusation. She didn't. Not from the statements that you published. That's not true at all. Owens bolstered and escalated the false claims with concern for her own safety and false accusations. Wait. If she's concerned for her safety, she's concerned for her safety.
Hey, Rackets, what do you think about using the Monte defense against Mr. Macron? Nay, Tronu. If he groomed a 15-year-old, does he even have a reputation that can be harmed?
Okay, so there's a little bit of a difference here. So what they're referring to is what we went through with what was the anti-slap motion that I filed, that my lawyers filed about Montegraph, that we withdrew, but basically they were facing that if we went on, it would have been anti-slap or summary judgment, and it would have included the same facts. The difference between Monty and the Macrons, in the legal difference here, there's a lot of differences, I would say. Neither of those groups of people have men in them. But what we've got is, with Montegraph, you have an established history of these things going back a decade. You have an established history of these discussions and statements and accusations. With the Macrons, you really don't. You don't have an established history. Candace Owens is bringing this info to a huge amount of people. It's sold as like this breaking documentary, finally exposing the truth. And there's some journalists sort of peeping around the edges, but the Macrons are not known. Brigitte Macron is not known as a man prior to Candace Owens starting to talk about it and really popularize the story, right? Like, so that's the big difference there. 1 second. Sorry about that. Okay. So no, the Monty defense is, which, yeah, that's not going to work, saying that the existing reputation is so bad. All right, so here we go. Owens bolstered and escalated the false claims with concern for her own safety and false accusations of the Macrons weaponizing state institutions to silence critics, which, okay. Does anybody believe that a head of state doesn't utilize state institutions to silence critics or try? Like, of course they do. They do it all the time. Owens solidified her claims of abuses of power and criminal activity by stating that Brigitte Macron and Emmanuel Macron come from a circle, a syndicate of real power, old money power. Okay. Owens painted herself as the victim for her morally superior efforts to, quote, expose what's happening with Brigitte Macron. She claimed that she was the victim of defamation by the media, which is protecting state criminals such as the Macrons. Okay. Who cares? None of that's relevant at all. On February 3rd, 2025, after Owens escalated her claims in an introduction and made good on her promise to release a series on the Macrons sent the February retraction demand, this time addressing Owens' latest false and defamatory allegations. The Macrons told Owens that her insinuation that they were involved in the death of Ferrario was entirely false. Fine, she didn't say that. She didn't say that. Again, they told Owens that they had not engaged in any criminal behavior. It's a self-serving statement. You know, I've never committed any crimes. Okay, I don't believe you. And again, they told Owens that there was no secret group controlling or blackmailing them with evidence of Mrs. Macron being born a man. It's kind of funny. Owens never wrote back. They're just mad that she keeps leaving him on red. It's rude. But instead used to demand his content for her series. Owens chose to publicly deliver her reply to the Macrons' February retraction demand in the next episode of the series rather than issue a direct reply to the Macrons. So, further evidence that she prioritized publicity over truth. Unsurprisingly, her response was to once again double down on her knowingly false and defamatory claims. Okay. Oh shit, I forgot to have the thing up on screen as I was going through it. My bad. I apologize. I'm getting kind of tired of reading about the Macrons and Candace Owens right now, though. So I'm gonna put a pin in that one. I would like to move on to this interview because I think it's funnier. I want to get back to this interview between Kurt and the Glarer. I think that's I think it's funnier. It makes me laugh more. And I think if I start it now, the show might not be 5 hours long. So yeah. We may go back to the Macron stuff on another episode. We're on page 54 of 219. It gets kind of fucking, it's a bit much. It's a bit much. So I might go through it. I might skim through it and find the important stuff and point it out. It's like in a separate thing or organize it. But like reading through it, this is a 219 page complaint. And they have these paragraphs that they're like, these are defamatory statements, and they're absolutely not. They're not even statements of fact. They keep talking about this Isabel Ferreira, and she's not making the claim directly about the Macrons, and they keep saying she's insinuating it or implying it. It's like, well, maybe she's insinuating or implying it, or maybe she doesn't think so. She doesn't say it though. And if you're not saying it, like trying to do defamation by implication or insinuation is really hard to do. So that being said, I don't know, kind of, it's getting to be pretty long and overdone. All right, let me find. There it is. I had to find my window. My bad. I've got it. We're exactly 15 minutes in to the Glarer interview. I've not moved it. This is exactly where we left off. Okay. So for those of you who are here who might not be familiar with what's about to happen, let me back up, because I don't think people understand what I'm doing. They're like, oh, stop bullying Kurt or whatever. It's like, I'm not bullying Kurt. I mean, well, I'm not bullying Kurt. They're like, stop trolling him. I'm not trolling Kurt either. I don't care if Kurt ever sees any of this. It doesn't matter to me anymore. We're beyond that. We're past that. Kurt is someone that I helped out. I helped him out. I was friends with him. I brought him on my show. The first time Kurt did anything, he was during the Vic case, and he went through and he negatively discussed something that Vic's team had put out, which I need to remind people because I guess it gets confused. I was not part or party of Vic's legal attack. I helped fundraise for him. I commented on it, but I was not his lawyer. I was not on his legal team. I was not drafting documents. I wasn't doing any of that. I wasn't legally strategizing or anything. So like, not me, but Kurt was critical of one of the filings or something that happened. I don't even remember the specifics. And people were like, oh, this guy's talking shit about the lawsuit. And I said, well, I'll just go and talk to him. And so I went over, and I wasn't hostile or anything. And I just said, hey man, you have some different opinions. Let's talk about it. And so we did an interview, and we actually had a nice, like, back and forth. He expressed some of his concerns or problems with it. And it was like, that's fine. And then we just had a decent discussion. And so from then on, it was like, but I don't care if people disagree with me at the end of the day. Like, who cares? Especially in law, like legal stuff. Lawyers, someone disagrees with you. There's another lawyer generally who's disagreeing with you right now on whatever subject it is. So it's not a big deal to be disagreed with. It whatever, and much more interested in like just human relationships and like I like people in general. So I started talking to him, and he's got a pretty interestingly sharp mind in regards to constitutional law and specifically Supreme Court opinions. And that's what I think that's where I think his strongest content is, always have. And so, but I bring him on for a bunch of stuff, and I'm friends with him for a couple years, several years. And then during my like dark time, which is after I got arrested, and there's this lag period as I'm waiting for my case to go through, something happens, and I don't know exactly what it is. I have some ideas, but it's not really that important. Something happens, and Kurt decides like that he doesn't really support me anymore. And then he made some comments about me on a live stream that were flatly false about the Kyle Rittenhouse case and involving the payment to other people and promises made and stuff like that, which there were no promises of payment made. And there were no promises of payment broken. The idea that I would pay someone to come on my show offends me. There are very few circumstances that I can imagine where I would pay someone to show up on my show. I'll just do a show without you. Or I'll grab someone else. It's fine. So I brought people on during the Rittenhouse and the Depp trial, and other trials or whatever. And then just in general, because I like talking to people. And suddenly that became like, oh, why isn't Nick sharing the super chats? Like, well, I'm putting you in front of tens of thousands of people. So I figured that's probably just worth it for you. If you want to do it on your own channel. Now, if you notice, everybody hosts their own trial streams, and they're just not any, like, they're really just not any good anymore, because it's pretty much just one lawyer. You don't get that diversity of opinion. You don't get like the fun banter and interactions. It's all kind of like declined, in my opinion. But maybe someone will pull it back together. Who knows? Doesn't matter. Long story short, Kurt did the ultimate thing that you can't do to a narcissist, which is turn them down or like turn your back on them or whatever. And so I, as a consummate narcissist, this is said tongue in cheek, but I am now retaliatorily punishing Kurt for the rest of his life. And what it means is that, the things that you overlook for your friends, you don't overlook for other people. And so if someone is your friend and then they're not your friend, you start noticing the things that you would have noticed about other people. And one of them is that Kurt made a pizza casserole video. And if anybody else in the world had made this pizza casserole video, everybody would be jumping all over them going, this is fucking broken of you. Like, what are you doing? And everybody's like, stop picking on Kurt. And I'm like, my man is openly soliciting minors to come to his house for liquor and pizza casserole. That is not something that we would apologize for or excuse for fucking anybody and be like, just stop picking on him. He's just autistic or whatever. It's like, nope, this is unacceptable. And it's unacceptable. That's what started this. Is like, pizza casserole is funny. And then he gets that part about the minors being invited to his house. And then I'm like, wait, no, this isn't fun. Like, it's kind of funny, but it's also unacceptable. What's up? Jim tells you, rating the stream. Thank you, Jim. How you doing, brother? And welcome to your ex-viewers, which I have now stolen from you. A lot of that going around. Why is it unacceptable to make a casserole? If you see the casserole, you'll understand. It is just fucking disgusting. Ugh. Wildling says, nobody said stop picking on Kurt. Wrong. I mean, you guys haven't, but a ton of people do. People tell me this all the time. You can see it in the comments on Twitter. You can see it in the comments on the YouTube live streams and stuff like that. People are like, why are you picking on Kurt? How dare you? So I'm explaining it. Anyway, that was the start, was the pizza casserole. And then what I found is like, I didn't really watch Kurt's content or anything unless he asked me for advice on something or, like, hey, did you see this? Like, I did this cool thing. But other than that, I didn't watch his content very much. And so I started watching it, and it is fascinating. It is absolutely fascinating. And now started with the cooking videos because I like to cook. Like, so I have an interest in it, and I have some knowledge in the field, and I'm watching him and I'm going, oh, this is disgusting every single second. And I love it. I can't get away from it. And then someone's like, oh, you got to check out this interview he did with the Glairer. And I start watching it, and I'm like, oh my God, this is amazing. Like, he doesn't know how to interview at all, at least not here. And now I want to check out everything else. So what I have to do is, make it educational and allow like an appropriate level of critique and commentary. And that's what we do. So what we're doing is learning how to interview by watching one of the most uncomfortable interviews that's ever been recorded in the history of humanity. Like, this is one of the most uncomfortable things I've ever seen. Young Sam, welcome to Paralegal Status over on YouTube. Thank you for joining the channel. And Phil Daddy Cool More says, start going into the gaming drama sphere like Legal Mindset. Dunking on pirate software is an easy content layup. I don't want to do anything that Legal Mindset does. I like things that are older. Okay, so here we go. Hanging out with the Glairer. We're 15 minutes into this, and we're gonna go for it.
And then, if the other guy still thinks he owns it, he can sue him, or there can be a hearing or something, and that never happened. So basically, I'm suing everyone in sight, including the guy, for basically every version of civil theft I can dream up. And
okay, so context on what's happening, because if you weren't here or if you don't remember, Kurt is talking about his first lawsuit ever. Now, Kurt says, my profession is being a lawyer, but this is the first lawsuit he's ever done or participated in, I believe. And he is representing someone who had their assets seized by the police as part of a criminal case, but they purportedly, apparently would have won the case, and the assets were not returned. I actually have this document. It is Hamblin versus the Martin County Sheriff's Department, the Hamblin case. Austin and Kiska Hamblin. His first paragraph is, Austin Hamblin and Kiska Hamblin find themselves stripped of their possessions due to the actions of Austin's former employer, Brian Snellgrove. Despite Austin Hamblin's innocence in the eventual dismissal of criminal charges for lack of evidence, Snellgrove manipulated law enforcement into an unwarranted raid on the Hamblin marital home. This egregious abuse of trust and authority led to the seizure of Hamblin's property and the unjust enrichment of Snellgrove. Defendants' disregard for legal boundaries and proper procedures has not only violated Hamblin's rights, but also inflicted significant personal and financial harm. This case seeks to rectify the injustices endured by the Hamlins, ensuring such predatory behavior is acknowledged and rectified in the eyes of the law. So there's kind of his statement of the case, which is weird to have in a complaint, but that's his first paragraph. We may go through it at some time. I mean, on its face, the lawsuit seems just and noble, like getting your stuff back, or ample compensation from the government if they stole something, or if they took something from you and didn't return it when it should have been returned, right? Like, we're all in support of that, I think. So I'm not making any commentary on the case itself, but here we go. That's what he's talking about.
just to have fun, I'm suing the police as well as the private guy under 42 USC 1983 as being state actors, which is hilarious.
That's so funny.
Yeah. That reminds me, it's funny. Ken Mello, the special.
Yeah. I love how the Glare says it. Yeah. Like
prosecutor originally signed to Turtle Boy's case. I could be mistaken because it's been a long time, but I remember we pulled up Ken Mello's.
Okay, the Kurt smirk. The Kurt smirk is killing me. He's just like behind his cool fucking glasses. Yeah, my case is like Turtle Boy.
he has been reprimanded by the bar. And I think one of the things he got reprimanded by the bar for was something similar, that he didn't return property to, or files. I think it was files. He got fired by a client, and then the client was like, okay, well, I need all my shit so that I can represent myself or give it to my next lawyer.
Right.
And he never gave it back. And so like the client, I think, sued Ken Mello for his own materials.
Yeah, that's a big problem. The file belongs to the client.
Yeah. You represent the client, right? I mean,
right. So the file belongs to the client,
right,
including the notes by the attorney and representation to the client.
Yeah.
So that all belongs to them. So if the client's like, I want a copy of my file, I'm like, okay.
Right.
Yeah.
In fact, that happened because for the criminal case, obviously my client was represented by another attorney. So I was like, I want a copy of the file.
That's not obvious, by the way. Obviously, my client was represented by another attorney. Why is that obvious? You haven't stated that. You haven't said that in any capacity so far in this interview. So that's not obvious. It's not obvious that your taking on of a case would involve taking it over from someone else.
So what do? I have my client, sign a letter that I had drafted, basically saying, give me the file and turn it over to this guy. And sure enough.
What do you damn it, I wasn't fast enough. What do you think happens? Kurt's like, yeah. So like I draft this letter, I have my client sign it, I send it over, and it says like, turn it over to this guy. Sure enough.
The attorney sent me an email with a Dropbox, like, here's all this stuff. I'm like, great, thanks.
What a fantastic story. So like, yeah, it's the client's file. So like if, I send a letter, I'm like, you gotta send this over. And he's like, yep, here you go. I fucking love it.
Excellent.
There you go.
So now I have the file because I asked.
Got it.
My client's signature. So
yeah. Have you been following Turtle Boy's case closely?
Not super duper closely. I've been following it a little bit more recently since the Karen Reed stuff is over. And it's interesting on a technical legal level because you get into this as applied First Amendment challenge as opposed to challenging it on its face. Like the statute's valid on its face, but in an as applied, you're like, the statute's not valid as to me.
Right.
And so that's obviously very fact specific.
Obvious.
As you would sort of infer. So I haven't really seen anything yet in the case that doesn't make me think that he's protected by First Amendment principles. So I think, based on what I understand thus far, the cases against him are pretty bullshit. And so that is what.
Yes. Yes. It's obviously an abuse of power by a circle of corruption over there in Massachusetts, in Canton. Like that's so painfully obvious, and his case shouldn't be being heard in Canton. None of this should be happening there. There's all sorts of conflicts of interest going on, and it's fucking crazy. But yeah, it's bullshit, of course.
My present view on the case is given what I understand to be the truth of the situation.
Yeah, I could send you, if you don't have them, I could send you his original charges, the original charging documents, and I actually went over them live. It took me quite a few live streams to do it. I think it was like 5, and then I went over each charge, and they even add like
people who don't finish stuff on one live stream are bogus.
Video titles and timestamps for when they're saying this is what he did, and then you go and you watch them and they're completely taken out of context, at the very least,
sure,
if not flat out lies. It's fascinating, and to think that he's still going through what he's going through right now is just very, very disturbing if you're someone who believes in the First Amendment as strongly as I do. Anyway,
I believe in the First Amendment. I think it's great.
Tell me all about it, Kurt. I believe in the First Amendment. I think it's great. It's pretty good. Pretty awesome.
Great. They don't seem to believe in this. I believe in all the amendments. I believe in First Amendment, Second Amendment, Fourth. In fact, more to the point, I took an oath as an attorney to protect and defend the Constitution.
That's
And it's
There you
like,
go.
so I like, I believe in all these things because, I obviously do.
I couldn't recite any of the amendments or the Constitution, frankly, but I could tell you
I can do the
that
Second Amendment verbatim. I got that one. It's only like 27 words long. It's not that bad.
Like 27 words, definitely like 27 words. 27 words. I could do the Second Amendment. 27 words. I love it. He jumps in. It's like, no, I can do it. I can do one. I can do one. Watch me. Brian Ogden says, I believe in Second Amendment. I believe in all the amendments. I think all of them exist, even the ones that don't. What a weird. It's kind of like when you really get down to it, like, I believe in the First Amendment. Well, I hope so. It's a strange statement, right? When you think about like what you're saying, I believe in this amendment. You do? I mean, I guess I do because I can read that it exists.
I can say honestly that I am absolutely a big fan of what our forefathers had in mind for our justice system. So I believe in that dream, and so I've come to learn, especially following the Karen Reed case, that defense attorneys and any type of attorneys really are doing God's work. And I hated lawyers before I started following the.
No, you should hate lawyers now, still, because they don't deserve to live. They're awful.
Kurt, just because your micro peen peeking out of your fupa looks like a turtle head doesn't mean you're like Turtle Boy. Only Kurt could make police corruption boring.
I'm so grateful that T-App was taken down. I know I was on there for offering pizza casserole to minors.
Oh, no. The T-App thing is crazy. Like, holy shit. The T-App. Hi, I'm going to make an app where women can go just bitch about men. You don't need an app for that. They just do it. They just do it wherever they are. They do it at the store. They do it at work. They do it at home. They do it at church. They don't need any help. They didn't need you. But then so they go on this app and they're like, finally I get to talk about this asshole who ruined my life. I'm going to tell people about his tiny wiener. And then they got fucking data breached immediately. And like, all the personal information of all the women who were bitching about their bad boyfriends or whatever just gets leaked all over the internet. Oh my God. It's terrible. It's like the worst possible outcome. It's so fucking funny. And it's crazy because, of course, the T is where, when you think about it, it's a website dedicated to talking about someone where they're probably never going to see it, right? And going and just telling people so that if someone else goes and looks up this person, there will be a one-sided description of someone who broke up with someone else. Like most breakups, I would think, don't have a glowing review at the end of them, right? Like most people are like, oh, kind of had a lot of bad stuff happen because that person's an asshole. It's usually what comes next. Like that's sometimes people are like, yeah, it just didn't work out or whatever. And that's the nicest thing they can say. It just didn't work out. But you know that a lot of that was predicated on screaming and like yelling at each other and really, really horrifying emotions and hurt and all of that stuff. It's like nothing good can come here. Have your therapy website that everyone can read the fucking notes. No, bad. Brian Ogden says, I believe I can fly. And he also says, I remember a great piano interview, you dud. A great piano interview, you dud. I don't know what that means.
The Karen Reed case. I hated lawyers. Now
we're not so bad. What do we do?
Well, I had to pay you guys before for certain troubles in the past, and I just hated I hated the whole industry, but because it drained me. But I've come.
Okay, now we get back to the actual critique part instead of me just laughing. We're 19 minutes 55 seconds into this interview. Every time the Glarer is throwing out a line, and he shouldn't have to do this. He's the interviewee, but every time he's throwing out a line to be interviewed by Kurt, and like that's what Kurt is doing is interviewing him. And every time he throws out the line to be interviewed, Kurt just lets it go. Every fucking time. It's like, I don't need the bait on that hook. I don't need it at all. Let the fish take it every time. So here, the Glarer is saying, I had these problems. I had to employ attorney services. And he's being like coy about it. But it almost guaranteed goes towards why he said that he finds the idea of wanting to get married absurd, and that he would never do it again, and that he likes women's squishy, soft parts, but he does not ever want to put himself basically into a marital contract again. So he's like, there's two major things here that Kurt has ignored from the Glarer that are serious parts of his life. And one is that his friend was murdered, which sets the trajectory of his career. And two is that something happened, which makes him not want to be, quote unquote, like legally tied to a woman ever again, or ever. He doesn't actually say again, but that's the implication. And so now we've got it again. Kurt he just does not pick up on this. Like, the Glarer is begging to tell these stories. Like, please, like, you're interviewing me. This is me. This is who I am. This is what has shaped who I am today. And he seems like a cool dude. And I bet he's like, I'm pretty cool, dude, or whatever. So like, not like in a self-absorbed way, but like he seems good with himself. So he's like, I'm here to tell you about who I am because you asked me to. And I'm trying. I'm trying so hard. So interviewers, aspiring interviewers out there, you gotta listen to your interviewee and you have to ask these questions. You have to follow up. There's sometimes where they're just like, take my hand. Like, I'll drag you to some interesting stuff. Let's go.
I've come to realize recently that my heroes are now lawyers, which is crazy.
I can be your hero, baby.
Yeah, man.
I can wash away the tear. You are everything.
You can, or I can take, or wait, it's I will take your breath away, I think, is the words. Not you are my everything. What the fuck was that? It's Hero, I think is the title of the song by Mark Anthony. That's not good. It's not good. You're not gonna wipe away the tears, which I think you can take away the pain. I don't know. All of that was bad. I'm gonna make you guys listen to it again one more time.
Can be your hero, baby.
Yeah, man.
A drunk 4-year-old prince sings this song. What the fuck is going on?
Yeah.
I can wash away the tear. You are everything.
You are everything.
I'm here to help.
Thank you.
No, Kurt, you're the size of everything. All combined.
No worries.
Yeah, I love it.
So the Karen Reed case obviously caught your attention.
I was racist. That was Enrique Iglesias, not Mark Anthony. My bad. My bad. Fuck. I'll punish myself by watching the video 4 times after the stream's over.
As it did mine. I followed, of course, the entire first trial and the entire second trial. And I followed all the motion practice in between the 2 trials. And so, Karen Reed has definitely consumed a fair portion of my life recently, as I assume it does you. So I suppose it's worth asking, when did you get involved and what about it brought interest to your attention?
Because I have spent a significant amount of my time studying Karen Reed, I suppose it's worth asking when you got involved. and why. It's an amazing sentence. It's an amazing fucking sentence for, again, an interview that Kurt invited him to. Kurt invites him to do this interview. Well, I guess since I got involved in the Karen Reed case, I should. It's now worth it to ask. Like, holy fuck.
The investigation and how it was conducted is definitely what got my antennas up. And that was about a year and a half ago, a little over a year and a half ago. Probably about a month maybe before I had first talked to Turtle Boy, and he got charged right after that. So about a month before Turtle Boy first got charged, I'd say is when I started following the Karen Reed case closely.
Yeah, I got involved or interested in it, I think.
That was amazing. Did you see what happened? Like what his face did? It was like a nod, but it was like a. Yeah, I got involved in it. Wait, what? No engagement, none. No engagement at all. It's again, it's almost like it feels like Kurt recorded this, transcribed all of his questions, and then sent them to the Glarer. And the Glarer is like answering from the transcription, which isn't his fault again. Like, but that's just how it feels. There's no reciprocal interaction coming from Kurt. None. Like the Glarer could just not be there. Green screen. Watch, like, this is amazing.
He started following the Karen Reed case closely.
Watch his face.
Yeah, I got involved or interested in it, I think.
No one asked. No one asked. No one cares when you got involved or interested in it. The Glarer didn't ask you. He was finishing. See, he probably would ask you in a little bit. But you've got to engage. You have to take what they're saying, listen, take it in and give back something. Follow up.
Maybe 2 or 3 months before the first trial, something like that, I think is when it sort of crossed my desk. And yeah, the investigation or lack thereof has been a total sham, or just completely deficient in so many ways. It's hard to believe that these guys consider themselves to be professionals.
Yeah.
I mean, I said before, it's like I've read.
No, they are professionals. They intentionally did a bad job. Like, how is it? I can't believe these guys consider themselves to be professionals. They don't do bad on every investigation. They did bad on this investigation intentionally. What are we talking about?
Hardy Boys and have watched Scooby-Doo.
Right.
Like, put me in charge of the investigation. It's like it can't possibly get any worse.
I'm more Encyclopedia Brown.
Yeah, there you go. Yeah.
So
some of the girls who read the Babysitter Club series will be doing a half decent job at this point, I think.
Yeah, somebody with my lack of education finding everything wrong with this case just simply by covering and following other cases, that should tell you that there was a lot wrong with this investigation. You know,
yeah, well, I think the Glarer is selling himself short. My lack of education, if I can see what's wrong with it. No, it was wrong because it was wrong. The problem was no one was supposed to look at it. And the Canton power structure has been attempting to silence anyone who did look into it. No one expected an Aiden Carney, I think is how you pronounce it. Kearney, I always say Turtle Boy. No one expected a Turtle Boy to show up and blow the doors open. No one ever does. That's the amazing thing about conspiracies, is that the overwhelming majority of them are unimportant. They're unimportant enough to never merit looking into. Who fucking cares about Karen Reed? For whatever reason, Turtle Boy did. Probably because those sick texts. Whew. Trying to get in on that action. Should have come over here and kissed me. Oh my God. Like, they know, but they knew the investigation was bad. So these guys aren't. It's not like they're like, oh God, I can't believe they did it this way. Anyway,
It's just so sloppy in every
Right.
possible way. It's like, you have to, of course, extend some latitude because we're all humans and there's a human factor, and sometimes
no, there's not a human factor. It's obviously bad. It was obviously bad because it was intentionally bad. They didn't do their job and they did other shit to make it worse. Like they did it bad on purpose. It was a conspiracy. It's fucking clear as day. We don't have to pretend anymore. She's acquitted. They failed. They lose.
to find a flaw in any case is like, we're human beings. But I mean, it's just so many things: the solo cups, the rakes, the leaf blowers, the lack of evidence logs. Like, who did you hand it to? I don't know. What did you do with it after? I don't know. It's like, what do you mean you don't know? How do you not know these things? How's there not like how's there not a record of transfer of custody so that you can have, a paper trail relating to custody?
The purpose of this is so that you can show them in court. You know what I mean? That's the entire purpose of this paperwork. That's the entire purpose of memorializing chain of custody, is so that when the day comes that it comes up in court, you have, hey, yeah, we transferred it here. This person signed for it. This person signed for it on this date, blah, 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 blah. And, this whole, I don't know, kind of attitude that everybody's got is a big red flag, and then, of course, there's the injuries on Boston police officer John O'Keefe. There's the text or the Google search from Jen McCabe at 2:27 a.m.
I just want to say this. Joji in the chat said it would be peak Inception or whatever if you got the Glarer to review your review of Kurt interviewing the Glarer. He did. He did. He reviewed the first 15 minutes on his show tonight, actually. So if you want to see his review of my review, you can you can watch it. Just go to the Glarer's channel and watch his live stream from tonight.
And all
A
of
question
these
that remains unanswered to this day.
nah, it's answered. She did it. I don't give
No,
a
I
shit.
meant literally how long to die in cold.
Right,
No one's told me
right.
the answer to that question.
Yeah. I'm afraid to Google it, if I'm being honest. I guess maybe technically that's why I never have. But no, this case was something that really hit home with me when I started to really follow it. I started following it, and then and it was because somebody had told me about it, and they specifically said, you can't go by news articles. You have to read the documents.
There's that great effect, which I can never quite remember the name of, but it has a name on Wikipedia. That like fact when you're reading an article in a newspaper in a subject matter that you have expertise in.
It's the Michael Crichton effect. Is the effect. I've talked about it a whole lot. It's always weird. It's weird seeing Kurt emulate a bunch of stuff that I've done for years. Like the Cooking with Kurt videos seem to be an emulation in so many ways of the Cooking with Rackets videos that I did. There's a whole lot of similarities to the style and the format of it, and the casual nature of it. The difference is I tend to cook things in pans and not always fucking Instapot them. But yeah, I've talked about the Crichton effect a million times. Or there you go. Cars in depth. Sorry, it's the Gelman amnesiac effect, coined by Michael Crichton. I Okay, sorry. Thank you for the precision.
And you're reading the article and you realize.
And yes, the singing, like especially like a cappella, random singing, him singing hurt. Like, whoa. Because I did those for a while. I did karaoke streams and I didn't on locals, and I didn't have a karaoke app. So I would just sing them a cappella like a fucking retard. Cocaine will make you do some things, okay? You are so fucking confident with it. Like you don't consider like, this is really dumb. Like, why are you doing this? Why are you singing a cappella to like a couple hundred people? It's very strange. But people seem to like the streams, so I don't know. And if you're on coke or whatever, like everybody likes it, whether they do or not. So, but then to watch Kurt do it, and without the assistance of illicit drugs, wow. Oh no. Charitard says, what is your take on Ghislaine being granted partial immunity? I've heard her deal is rather strange timing. I haven't seen any details about her deal. I talked about what I think is going to happen at the beginning of the stream. Long story short, I think she'll give up a bunch of people. She'll forget a bunch of people who were there. And then she'll get her sentence commuted. But if you want to see my full discussion of it, it's right at the beginning of the show.
Realize how shit it is because you're an expert in the field and you're like, nothing makes sense. And then somehow we all, when we flip the page and we read a new article about a subject we don't have expertise, we don't have the same incredulity that we should have learned of from the first article. Rather than draw the conclusion it's all shit, we somehow like forget this lesson we learn. And this is a
fascinating
thing. Yeah.
I didn't even know that there was a name for that. That there's like a
there is a fact for it. I think it's a hyphenated name. I can never quite remember what it's called.
Fascinating. I would love to know what that is because I actually think about that a lot. Where I'm like, I don't, like I still end up relying on the news, even though I don't trust it. Like I still end up relying on it to provide me with information.
The trick is that the news article does provide you with information. Like that does happen. Where the discernment comes in, how you overcome the effect, is that you take the factual statements in the article you take them at whatever value you can, typically at face value, though, because you have to assume there's no way to like look at a news article and then assume all the facts are wrong and get much out of it unless there's a specific reason to assume that particular article has wrong facts. But you go in, you go, okay, the facts are right, but the inferences, the conclusions, the extrapolation of what happened, all of that is probably wrong, right? The analysis and opinion are going to be incorrect, but the facts themselves, you would hope that those facts are fact checked and verified and all that shit. And then you can gather information from these articles. You just can't trust their conclusions or their analysis or their extrapolations or their logical leaps or anything like that. That's how you overcome it.
I imitate you because I love you, and I'm fiending for that broth of butter in my pizza casserole.
Back off. The broth of butter is mine.
John's dead.
Thank you, Allie. John's dead. God, that text is amazing. If I came over there, what would have happened? Would we have banged? John's dead.
It's crazy.
Yeah. No. And they're not great about it.
No.
They get the details wrong.
Right. Constantly. And look at the Karen Reed case. It's fascinating because I had when I first started following the Karen Reed case, people kept saying, you need to read Turtle Boy. You need to read Turtle Boy's article. You need to watch Turtle Boy. You need to talk to Turtle Boy. And I kept telling people in my chat to shut up because I was like, listen, I'm learning this case because I approached this case very differently than any other case I've ever covered. Mm-hmm. And the way that I approached this case was I did research on it, but instead of doing research behind the scenes, I did it live. So as I was learning about it, you were watching me learn about it. You know what
Yeah.
I mean?
I like to do that too. Like I go into
Yeah.
cases. I know going to cases like relatively blind. So when the trial started in trial 1, I knew some stuff, but
I do not know what's going on with the audio. If you guys can hear that, there's like a as they talk, it's driving me crazy, but I might just be on my end, but it's fucking nuts. But I don't know. I would assume it's part of the interview.
didn't certainly know as much as the Karen Reed people do, or those people who have been invested in it. Because I like to sort of learn about the cases the jury learns about. That was very true, for example, in Johnny Depp, where I basically knew nothing about the case prior to it starting. Not for least reasons that on a surface level from the headlines, I'm like, this lawsuit's not going to go anywhere. This is a waste of time. And so, as things developed, I was surprised by the turns of the evidence, because it was like, wow, there's actually something here, despite my, many consternations to the contrary. I'm like, okay, wow. So that was an interesting experience for me in chat. And sometimes they're frustrated with me because
Okay. Real quick, guys. There's something I've been needing to do for a while. Amy Horrell asks if the Glare is a lawyer, just a commentator of a channel. He's a true crime commentator. It's his hobby. Well, it's his profession, is to be a true crime commentator, but he is not a lawyer. He used to hate lawyers. Well, that's fine. We're all self-hating anyway. That's why we're lawyers. But no, he's a true crime channel. You can find him at the Glarer on YouTube. Although on YouTube it's the space Glarer. But he seems like just a decent dude. He's covers true crime topics. But there's something I need to bring up. Amy is awesome, and she's always kind of like sending me updates, sending me information, news articles, anything that would be helpful. And something happened a little bit ago, and she has asked me to share something. And I'm trying to get it pulled up. Oh my God, I'm going to lose my fucking mind. She recently lost a friend to breast cancer, and the family is trying to raise money for a headstone. Headstones are expensive. And like I said, Amy's been someone who has been truly helpful to me throughout several years of court cases and stuff like that, just in trying to provide updates. And actually, it's pretty funny. I had to do discovery production in the Montegraph case. And part of that was like going through and finding where Montegraph was discussed. And I saw Amy's name pop up because she had just provided me some friendly links and stuff related to that. And that was really it was nice to go back and say, hey, or I don't know if I even said it yet, but to be like, hey, thanks. And if I haven't said that to you personally, Amy, thank you for always providing information. So I'm gonna share this Give Send Go for her friend's headstone. Again, there's a family who's lost a loved one and one of Amy's dear friends. So this is the Memorial Fund for Kelly Castleman Staley. So as with all of these things, I mean, I can vouch for Amy being a bro. I can never vouch for one of these Give Send Goes unless I know the person personally, and or I did it or whatever, then I can. But like I said, I can vouch for Amy's character. She's always been cool and helpful with me, and it really sucks to lose a really close friend. So I'm gonna put this in the chat, and if you guys feel like sharing a couple bucks, please do so. I'm sending it in both chats here. And the mods are free to share that from time to time, please. and we'll get on with the show. But I just wanted to, she reached out and asked if I could just give it a little signal boost, and I'm always happy to help a friend with stuff like that. So sorry for your loss, Amy, and please pass on my prayers and best wishes to the family of your friend. All right. Here we go. Back to the interview. Thanks for indulging me for just a minute on something that I should have done a little while ago, but my brain, I get wrapped up in stuff and I lose track of it. So
I had the wrong opinion because I hadn't heard certain evidence yet, so they were frustrated with me at times.
Yeah, it was
because you're
interesting because there were already so many people that were so invested in this case when I started talking about it, and they were. It was a cool way to develop a relationship with an audience in a way that I never have before, because they were totally okay. They didn't expect me to know everything. They seemed to enjoy watching me learn and helping me with it. And going, okay, oh yeah, hold on, I'll send you that right now. I have it, blah, blah, blah. And my, I grew the best relationship with this audience than any other audience I've ever had. This covering this case and how important it is, considering how blatantly Karen Reed's rights were violated, how blatantly Turtle Boy's rights are being violated, and just finding, us so many like-minded people finding each other through just being passionate about this has been truly probably the greatest blessings that I've ever experienced in my life, easily. It's great. And I remember I was talking about, I was looking into this, and people kept saying, you need to talk to Turtle Boy. And I was like,
Kurt is dying to get a word in. And you've probably met people like this. They're not talking to you and they don't answer you. What they're doing is they're waiting for you to stop talking so that they can talk again. I know I've been guilty of this in the past. Absolutely. It's something I have to kind of work on. This is why interviewing is a skill. Interviewing is a technique, and in some ways it's an art form, but it requires work. It requires, acknowledging the places where you're deficient in dealing with people. It requires you to humble yourself. The interviewer is not the interesting person on the stream. The interviewee is the interesting person. And if the interviewer doesn't agree with that, they're not going to do a good interview. And so you need to be listening. You need to be engaged. You need to be waiting to grab the thing that the person is giving you and then open it up and then show them that there's more, but pieces are missing. And then you ask them to dig in their bag of stuff and provide you the piece so you can fit it together. And then that's the interviewer's job, is to then build the machine, build the statue, build the art piece, whatever it is, out of what the interviewee is providing you. And you don't know what it is. Like that's the beauty of it, is you don't know the answers to these questions. You don't like, you can maybe do some basic research, but Kurt did some basic research. He got every fucking thing wrong, which is awesome. But you don't know it. The person's going to tell you. They're going to help you build the story for whoever's listening. And that might just be yourself, but you have to work on it. And Kurt just hasn't ever. Like, you can tell that he has never developed any of those skills. Right now, Kurt is like, I'm a fucking rock star. Got my red glasses on, my cool hat from the Outback or whatever, the Outback Steakhouse. And then I'm going to interview this guy and I'm going to tell him about how awesome everything is.
He's the way that I saw it, he was a YouTuber, and I didn't want to learn about this case from another YouTuber. I wanted to learn it through the documents and then form my opinion. And as soon as I started to develop my opinion, that's when I started to go, all right, that's when I finally went, all right, I need to talk to Turtle Boy. And then I reached out to him, and Turtle Boy is always like, yeah, he'll go on any show. Anybody who's willing to listen to the truth, he's down. You know what I mean? So he jumped on my show. We talked, and it was great. And then like maybe 2 days later, he got charged. And I was like, well, okay, now I'm really interested. Now I'm really interested. I need to know what's going on here. And so I dug really, I just dug my talons in this as you know, as firmly as I could ever since.
So I want to talk to you about any particular funny moments you have being recognized, and I'll tell you a story, then you can tell me one of yours.
Amazing. I love it. It's just another opportunity for Kurt to talk about Kurt. It's so cool. Kurt's interviewing Kurt. Also, the glare is there. So I want to know about any funny moments you had in your Karen Reed coverage or whatever. I'm going to tell you a story about mine, though, and then you can tell yours. Let me give you an example of how awesome I am.
So this was probably 2 or 3 years ago now. So my channel probably had half as many subs, if not less. And I was visiting my brother and his wife in Charleston, South Carolina. And we had dinner that night, and our table wasn't ready yet. So we went to a different bar, like across the street, because we were there like 40 minutes early or something. And we were in this bar, and it was somewhat crowded because there was a band playing, you know, in the background, you know, and the shore was behind that. So there was a cool little, you know, show going on.
Stop saying it was cool. We know it wasn't cool. Wow. What does any of this have to do with anything? None of this is funny.
And this random guy came up to me and said, "Are you on civil law?" I was like, "Yeah." And it turned out he was a 1L and it's just starting law school. And he recognized me at this random bar in South Carolina. I was like, that was pretty bizarre, man. Because it's like you're in this environment, just hanging out with your brother, you get recognized by a random 1L. It's like, what the hell?
I can kick this story's ass. One time I was driving, and a convoy of 9 sheriff cars drove past me, and one of them turned around. Like I was just driving in my cool SUV or whatever. One of them turned around right there in the street, and they pulled up right behind me, and he turned his lights on, and he came up to my door, and he says, "Are you Nick Rekieta?" I was like, "Oh, you recognize me from my YouTube channel?" And he says, "Get the fuck out of the car."
So do you have any fun stories like that?
No, not really. Every single time that I got recognized, well, actually, no. I actually did get recognized in my hometown once. Because now, I mean, people will say, "Oh, you know, he's the only YouTuber who ever had Karen Reed on." But that's just, she just jumped on to say hi and say thank you to the supporters because of,
I'll take
that's a cool thing, by the way, for the glare. Like that was a nice little self-plug.
it, man. I will take that and be like the only one exclusive interview with Karen Reed. You better.
But that's the thing, is I never interviewed her. She just jumped on, said hi.
I'm counting it. I'm counting it. They can quibble with me about the technicalities later.
Right. But I after that fundraiser that I did, and I'll be doing another one soon for Turtle Boy. After that fundraiser that I did, I went to this little place right by where I live, is a little pizza shop, and they have a little bar where you could sit at, and I was having a beer, and you know, I was just talking to people and whatever, just, you know, just as you do in a small town in a little bar.
Don't say as you do. The glare, not to Kurt. Well, maybe I don't know. I don't know if Kurt goes out to like a small town bar and just talks to people randomly. I don't do that very often. Right now, I don't do that at all. Going to a bar is like really weird now because, like, I mean, I can get a Pepsi or whatever, but it's weird. So I don't like go out. But I did before on occasion, but not very often. I usually didn't go out to bars. I had all the liquor here back then. And I had all the people I wanted to talk to here too. So,
and then I'm walking to the gym the next day, and this dude the guy, one of the guys that was at the bar, he just like has this red pickup truck, and he just fucking right in front of me, just like he's about to jump out and beat my ass. I was freaked out for a second. I was just
that's a lot. That's aggressive.
Yeah, it was really aggressive, but he didn't mean nothing by it because he goes, "Hey man," he didn't even get out. He sticks his head out the window and goes, "Hey man, I saw you at the pizza place yesterday." He's like, "Hey, didn't you just have Karen Reed on your YouTube channel?" And I was like, "Yeah." And he was like, "Oh, I knew that was you." And I was like, "Wow, okay." And of course I was like, "Hey, listen, man, I was really, it kind of freaked me out because I like people not recognizing me here, you know? So I was like, if you could just keep that to yourself, please."
If someone
you
did
know?
something
Like,
that aggressive to me, they'd be lucky if I didn't draw down on them.
yeah.
Whoa! I was just waiting for a pause moment, and I didn't realize what was just about to be said. Kurt says if a guy pulls up aggressively, like pulls up in front of him in a red truck, that guy is lucky that Kurt is not drawing down on them, which I assume he means drawing a firearm. Holy fuck. We got Kurt the Crip out here like, "Hey, yo, don't drive by me in a car." All right. So I won't be able to have this interaction organically with the Glarer because he told this story. I'm not going to ask him. I wouldn't ask him this question anyway. But if I had asked him a question that led him to telling me a story about like how some guy recognized him, I have a similar, like a relatable story of being recognized that was fucking terrifying. And it's kind of funny because like the guy in the red truck probably is just excited. He doesn't think anything of it. He's not thinking anything about how it looks. And I know that in my story, the person was super nice and didn't think anything of it either. But Lady Raggets and I were driving to the Twin Cities, which is a 2-hour drive. And so we're going down a stretch of highway, and I'm in my Mustang, and I have personalized plates. So like you can, like if you see me, you'll know it's me. And so I'm driving, and this truck comes up behind me and is following pretty close. And like, it's weird because, you're on a highway and it's one lane. So you kind of just one lane each way, but you kind of just go, okay, like people are going to come up behind you, but something about this felt a little different. I don't know why. And so I'm like watching the truck in the rearview mirror. I don't know if it was like how the guy was how he was looking while he was driving or what, or maybe he was just a little too close. It just felt uneasy. And I had to stop for gas already. So, but it was just a little uneasy, not a lot, like just some weird feeling. We'll call it a niggling feeling, in the back of your head. And then, we come up to a gas station. I'm like, all right, well, I got to get gas, maybe use the bathroom or whatever. And so I turn into the gas station, and then the truck follows me in. Again, no big deal. It's gas station. Someone might need gas. And then I drive up to the gas pump, and they follow me to there's a couple rows of gas pumps, and they follow me the exact way I'm going. So now I'm like, okay, what the fuck is this going to be? Polish. There he is. Is that really true? Was that you? Here's the thing. Lady Raggets and I don't know why a person, like if a person recognizes me or her or us or whatever in public, we don't know why they recognize us, right? You hope that it's a fan, of course, but you don't know. Especially now, there's a bunch of people who believe some bullshit, and like are really, really sensitive about what they believe. And there's not much I can do about that for a while still. So, but some people like, so now you really don't know, but you never really do. You never know why. Maybe you said something, maybe you made fun of someone's mom. Like, who knows? Like, you saw a picture of them and you're like, oh, look at that ogress. And then it's a passing comment. And then all of a sudden you're getting punched in the mouth. Right. Like, you don't know. So I'm like, hold on, I'll get out of the car. So I get out of the car and start pumping gas. The person's like, hey, are you Nick Rekieta? Or they might have said Nicky Rackets. But I was like, yeah, what's up, man? He's like, oh, hey, like, I listened to your show on the way to work and stuff like that. And it's like, oh, like, cool. Like, it was super nice. He was very cool, like very chill, nothing untoward at all. But you don't know until the moment. And like, this guy in the red truck is just driving up, and he's like, oh crap, like probably excited, maybe going a little fast. Maybe he just felt like he was going fast because it's a big red truck and the glare wasn't expecting it. But like, it's interesting because I bet that guy had no idea that he was making me apprehensive or making Lady Rackets apprehensive, because we don't know their purpose. Like, we don't know if someone's going to come up and like, if they're going to come up and like key your car, or break a taillight, or hit you, or yell at you, or do anything, or even just say something that might be like embarrassing in some way or another. That you like tell a joke that's like untimely. Like, okay, like, no, I'm out in the real world right now. Please don't do that. So that's how I would have responded. Like, but I wouldn't have told that story first. I would have waited and then related the story to his experience, because to me, like, that's how interactivity works. And that's permission. You have a relatable situation, so you have permission to engage in that way. But again, Kurt's like, I'm going to tell you my story first. My story is really cool. I was at a bar once. Snickers says, Kurt made this interview about himself. This wasn't an interview. It was a fishing expo for someone bigger than him to acknowledge his, in his own mind, achievements. The crazy thing is, Kurt's channel is way bigger than the Glarers. So I like that you say for someone bigger than him to acknowledge his, in his own mind, achievements. So that's interesting. Why do you say the Glarer is bigger than him? Like, the Glarer seems more mature. He seems more adept at doing this than Kurt, is what I would say. But I'm curious about why you said it that way.
I mean, it was cool because he was really nice. You know what I mean? And it was a really pleasant thing. It was just like, it still kind of freaked me out because I was like, I please don't tell anybody. I don't need where I live to be.
Yeah, that's another thing. Like, please don't like go on Twitter and announce where I am right now. Like, I'm out with my family, whatever. One time, was driving from Florida to Texas, and we stopped at Buc-ee's in Alabama at 4 a.m. Right. And my kids are all, they woke up. They like going to Buc-ee's. And then we go in and we're over in like the clothing section to buy some goofy souvenir clothes and stuff. And so, I think we were looking for matching swimsuits, Buc-ee's swimsuits or something like that. And so we're just shopping. And a guy comes up and he goes, I'm sorry. I'm like, okay. Like, are you Nick Rekieta? Are you Rekieta Law? Yeah, I am, man. Like, he's like, you're with your family. I feel so bad, but it's 4 a.m. in Alabama and I see you here. Like, what am I supposed to do? Not come say hi? And I'm like, no, it's fine. It's cool. But like, yeah, it's always weird getting seen and spotted. And it's always a little bit awkward and uncomfortable. Most people are pretty respectful about it.
Public information just yet.
But yeah, you don't want the guy to be like, oh, I found Nicky Rackets here right now. It's like, please don't. I'm with my family. Like, don't do that.
I like living in a peaceful environment right now.
So I'm thinking, what happens if we ever do like a con together, like true crime panel? It's like, it's got to happen at some point. I'm going to.
What? 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 Why? What happens if we ever do like a con together? Kurt, have you been invited to any conventions? Have you been a guest of any conventions? Or I mean, I know he's shown up to some, which is fine. But have you been a guest of any conventions? Like I barely get invites to conventions. Other people do it more often, or maybe they pursue them. I don't know. But I barely do. But are there true crime conventions? That'd be weird. Where does he come up with this? Just out of fucking nowhere.
To be invited to some true crime panel as some sort of authority. So if we're on a panel together, what are we going to talk about, and how's that going to go? Podcasting and you, true crime and YouTube.
I mean, obviously cases,
old people.
Obviously, cases that we've both each talked about. I'm fascinated because you were the only law tuber that covered canceled Karen's shit, Critical K.
False. False, the Glarer. He's not the only one. I also covered it. My friend was the attorney who sued her. Matt Wilson kicked the shit out of her too. It was great. But I didn't cover all of it, but I covered a lot of it.
You covered her lawsuit, and you did so very, very well, by the way, if I must say.
Thank you.
If I could say so. It was great. Yeah, I it's funny, I have a long history with her. I started on YouTube with her. She wanted like a male counterpart. We started off DMing about the Chris Watts case. And
Critical K still shows up randomly. I can't remember what username she uses. I don't think it's Critical K. It's something else. She still shows up in my comment sections and shit randomly and talks mad game for someone who got her fucking ass handed to her in court. That was good.
And then she was like, I would love to have like a male. And then we started talking. She's like, you got a good voice and blah, blah, blah. Do you want to, I would love to have a male counterpart to jump on my show and talk about this and that. And so I was like, yeah. So I did that. But I didn't know how big of a cunt she was at the time. And then she turned out to be. And yeah. So then we just we became pretty much rivals, kind of like Turtle Boy and Krusty Panties. Critical K was my Krusty Panties at the time. But I won. She lost. So here we are. But it was cool that you were covering her shit, because I was just like, I love hearing a lawyer talk about this, because the way that she dealt with this lawsuit was insane. She basically, for lack of a better term, lack of a better way of explaining it, she covered her ears and went, la, 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 you're not suing me, la, 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 la. And, you know, just tried to ignore it, which is not what you do when you're being sued for what was it? $10 million?
Maybe you can explain the origin of this photograph, because that's pretty cool.
Okay, so that's obviously me, Karen Reed, and Annie Elise from
The fuck, Kurt? The fuck is happening? He just immediately, like, while the guy's telling the story, he's like, looks up this picture. Just looks up this picture and he's like, maybe you can explain this unrelated thing. Don't do that. I don't know how else to say it. Don't. That was bad. It's just shit.
Kurt sounds like the serial killer Rodney Alcala interviewing his next potential victim on the dating game show.
It's amazing. I don't listen to you. I just want a list of your fears in your daily routine.
10 to Life and the podcast Serialously. Annie and I have been friends for a very, very long time. And so we started off talking about a case. It's funny, a case that you're probably familiar with because Nick Rekieta talked about it, and that's how he came across. Nick Rackets, and he.
Oh no. Oh no. Oh boy. Hold on.
We started off talking about a case. It's funny, a case that you're probably familiar with because Nick Rekieta talked about it, and that's how he came across. Nick Rackets, and
God, oh boy, that was so uncomfortable. Wow. Who? Arian, the vegetarian, wants me to watch Kurt's coverage of Trump and Zelensky. I will keep that in mind. Wow.
I'm starting to see why Kurt is having problems with women.
Oh, he's mad. So like it's doubly funny because I've seen the errant comment here and there where someone's like, Kurt's handling this right by just ignoring Nick, but he isn't. He isn't just ignoring Nick. It's kind of funny. Like it's very subtle. He's doing well. He's doing really well, but you can see it in various places here and there, and occasionally like he'll cover something or whatever. That one, that just betrayed all of it. He's seething. He shouldn't be mad. I love his content more than I ever loved him or his content now. Like now I love it more than ever. He shouldn't be mad at all. He should be happy. This is great. I want to watch everything that Kurt has put out ever now. I never wanted to watch his shit before, and now I do. He's holding it in right now. That is a puckered butthole holding in the biggest chili fart that has ever existed. It's just ready to pop, man.
He talked about this case, but when it comes to Annie, we're not supposed to talk about that case. So, but that's how I became really good friends with her. And then
I have no idea what case he's talking about. None. I don't know. I don't know what it is. I want to know. Now I want to know. Kurt's not asking what case it was. Glaire's like, you'd be familiar with the case because Nick covered it. Christy Webster with 10 gifted memberships. Woo! Thank you. Thank you. I appreciate that. Does anybody know what case he's literal Wojak, crying Wojak with a smiling mask? Does anybody know which case the Glare would be referring to? He said the one chick couldn't talk about it, so
she was the only person to actually share all of the information about the Karen Reed case and cover everything. And of course, behind the scenes, we were kind of talking about it, and I was sharing new information with her that as I got it. And
God, look at his face. Look at how fucking mad he is. Oh, I can't zoom in. Oh, he's so angry. He's he's as purple as his logo right now. He is fucking furious. Don't be so mad, Kurt. Why are you so angry?
His head would have exploded if he said, you know, the law Pope.
He's not the Pope. He's not the Pope. He's not even. Could you imagine?
Vice versa. And
Oh, I'm waiting for that seal to pop. I'm waiting for it. Come on. He's gonna swallow it down. He's gonna just and then move on.
And so we arranged it, and we had never met in person. Actually, I've known her. We've been good friends for like 5 years, and we arranged it to where we would meet in Boston and sit in the courtroom and support Karen, and that's what we did.
Cool.
Yeah.
Cool.
So in the post Karen Reed, May you, what are you getting up to these days?
May you? It's milieu. It's milieu. It's French.
I'm hyper focused on Aiden's case right now.
Sure.
That's what I'm going to be focused. I'm going to go over his charges all over again. I think it's probably going to be the next thing that I do when I go live. I'm going to go over his charges all over again. Because I feel like they're going to hit different after everything now. You know, I went over them when they first happened, and now I feel like they're going to hit different considering everything that's happened since. I'm if you're at all passionate about your own freedom of speech, you should be passionate about Turtle Boy's case. What's happening to him is scary.
Yeah, we want obstruction or witness intimidation charges for waving at a window. That was the point where I'm like, that was the point where I'm like, we've gone to a full new level of ridiculous. What prosecutor took that and is like, yes, I am going to charge that?
Robert Cosgrove.
The one from the Karen Reed, the one who charged Karen Reed.
What was their thought process in that? Because I'm like,
thought process is this guy is fucking up our cover up of the death of a cop. This guy is messing. He's not respecting the power structure of Canton. He has no regard for the hierarchy we've built, the social, the political, the economic hierarchy, where a group of people maintain power through occupying the appropriate positions in civil government in a small town, and also the enforcement arm of those of that government through the police force, and also the first response. You know, this network of families and friends who are a circle of effective power in Canton that goes through business, through social circles, and ultimately through legal circles. Like, you've messed with their thing, the thing that they're, and they know that if their thing gets messed with, they all can lose. And if they all lose, it all collapses. If anyone fucks up, it all collapses. And this motherfucker, this little turtle kid or whatever, he's out here Leonardoing or whatever. And he's fucking with their generational influence in this town. Yeah, it makes, of course he's going to get it.
Like, you've got to be kidding me.
Yeah. I was shocked that happened. When that happened, okay, so obviously that's me in the video with him. And the video itself gives context to how ridiculous it is. Because we were.
Christy Webster sent 5 gifted memberships, 5 more. That's 15 from Christy alone. Thank you, Christy. You must really want people to be members on this channel. We love members here. That's why we're gay.
We're obviously just there to have fun, and we had people with us, and we were just trying to entertain them. You know, we had a few drinks, and we thought it would be fun to just entertain our friends. And so that's what we did. We didn't know that there would be audio. And so, you know, the next day, I'm attending court. And I specifically booked this trip because it was the first time that I had met Nan Gallagher in person. And so we were going to sit in court to support Karen. And the same day, Aiden had a hearing. And so we were going to go half the day in Karen's hearing and then the other half of the day at Aiden's hearing. And so the next day after that night, when we were out drinking and that window intimidation, quote unquote, happened, we I was sitting there at lunch with Mark Betterow, actually. Betterow went with us to Karen's hearing, and then he was there to represent Aiden in his hearing the next in that afternoon. And I'm sitting there at lunch with him, and first of all, you've never seen anyone eat clam chowder as fast as Mark Betterow. He was inhaling that shit. It was it's really funny. He was like, because we only had so much time because we had to be back. In his defense, it was like he was trying to eat, and we like he was stressing about the time. He was like, I don't know how we're gonna go to lunch and be back there by 2, but whatever. So
like, I'm gonna slurp this fucking clam chowder.
We're sitting there at what is that place? The Capitol Grill. And
I like Capitol Grill.
I get a message from Dina.
I don't believe Kurt's ever been to a Capitol Grill. There's like 40 nationwide locations. There's definitely one in Austin, definitely one in Houston. And I bet he's never been to it. Capitol Grill is pretty good no matter where you are. It's a solid choice, a high-end chain restaurant, but like very, very good food.
Dina says Aiden was charged. And I was like, what do you mean Aiden was charged? I was like, nah, that's bullshit. That's fake. Just ignore that.
It should be.
Right.
Your impulse was not wrong.
Right. And so,
because that's one of those times where I'm like, I say this sometimes. I'm like, there is no way that can possibly be true.
Yeah.
And every once in a while, it turns out to be true. And then
sometimes I say that too. Sometimes I'm just like, there's no way that could be true. And then sometimes it is like, wow, holy shit. I said that couldn't possibly be true, but then it was. That's a good story. It's a great story. I'm a fun guy. I'm a ton of fun. Sometimes things aren't true. Sometimes things are.
And I look bad because I'm like, it can't possibly be correct.
Right.
There's no way that can be true.
Not
right. And so immediately,
I'm expecting to live in a quasi-rational world.
He keeps interrupting him. Did you see watch the Glaire's reaction to these interruptions? Because they keep happening. So here we go. I went back 30 seconds or something.
Aiden was charged. And I was like, what do you mean Aiden was charged? I was like, nah, that's bullshit. That's fake. Just ignore that.
It should be.
Right.
Your impulse was not wrong.
Right. And so,
because that's one of those times where I'm like, I say this sometimes. I'm like, there is no way that can possibly be true.
Okay, the sign in the next scratch is like, I'm trying to talk. Okay, it's okay. It's okay. Keeping my cool. See the next one.
And every once in a while, it turns.
He laughs because he thought he was about to talk. Poor the Glare. Poor Will. He's like, and then he didn't get to. He's like,
that to be true. And then I look bad because I'm like, it can't possibly be correct.
Did you hear it? You heard that? He's about to fucking burst himself at this point. It's about to happen again. It's gonna drive him nuts.
Right.
There's no way that can be true.
Right. And so immediately,
I'm expecting to live in a quasi-rational world.
And
he just I can't. This is so frustrating. You've been like, for me, there's a person in my extended family, and like, this is exactly how talking to them is. And you're just like, I was going to answer your question. I really just want to fucking answer your question. Then I want to go through the line and I want to get some watermelon or whatever. It's like,
and I'm blowing it off, but it's in my mind, and immediately I turn to Mark because I'm sitting next to him and I'm like, I mean, what better person to discuss this with than his attorney, right?
Uh-huh.
So, so I'm sitting next to his lawyer, and I'm like, "Hey, you should probably know. We did this last night. I mean, this happened last night, and I just got a message saying that he was charged." And Mark is the coolest cucumber ever, and he's puts down his he puts down his clam chowder, and he picks up his phone. He's like, and he calls Aiden. And he's like, "Hey, I'm hearing rumors that you've been charged with something."
Kurt's just clacking away furiously on his ultra cool gaming mechanical keyboard. I have one too. Don't get me wrong, but just
and then hangs up, eats the rest of his food. Is like, "We need to get back there."
I thought maybe we could watch this moment of witness intimidation happen before our eyes. Now, this may be
just it's still in the middle of the story. He's still in the middle. But I thought we could watch this video, not listen to you finish the story.
shocking to viewers.
He laughs. Poor Will is like, okay, all right. I would be on fire inside, just smoldering in anger.
So, parental discretion advised, and so forth. And
Kurt thinks he's laughing at Kurt. Like, look what happens here. We need to get all of these moments again. This is so amazing. And then Kurt thinks that Glare is just laughing at his incredible wit and his very cool improv. And Glare is just like so funny.
Hearing rumors that you've been charged with something. And then hangs up, eats the rest of his food. Is like, "We need to get back there."
I thought maybe we could watch this moment of witness intimidation happen before our eyes. Now, this may be shocking to viewers. So, parental discretion advised, and so forth and so on. There he is, talking to a window. Oh my God, he's making gestures at the window. Holy shit! Well, that really riles my bones. It roils the water.
Blasts you.
I will
Unreal.
never recover.
Yeah.
Death penalty's true.
What was that voice? I gotta back it up. I can never recover. Yeah. But then there was some voice. What was that? What was that?
Never recover.
Yeah.
Death penalty's too good for him.
The death penalty is too good for him. Like, what voice are you doing? Who are you being? Who was that? It was like Southern and gritty, but they're in Massachusetts. So who was this?
And of course, I wasn't charged. So it was really weird because I immediately, I'm realizing this is real. And
You're
get
in
back.
Massachusetts, right?
Yeah.
Oh my God, I didn't tell you that this call may be recorded for quality.
No.
Somehow a two-party consent joke? That's great. If only Brigitte Macron knew about two-party consent.
No, I'm not in Massachusetts now. No.
Oh, good.
But I
Kurt. As funny as your joke was, you do know that it's where the recording is taking place. So it doesn't matter where the glarer is. It matters that you're in Texas. You're under Texas law. If you're making the recording, you're under Texas law. Texas is where the recording is being made. Texas. Fucked up your own joke with bad legal analysis. Come on, man. I just thought of something interesting. Is the recording actually being made in Texas Or is a recording being made wherever the YouTube servers are? Which I assume would be in California. But I don't know. You know, I never thought about that. Your recording isn't local. I'm not recording this to my computer. It doesn't, like YouTube, it'd be hard to imagine the scenario in which a surreptitious recording could take place that you're recording to YouTube. But that's strange.
When that happened, so the next day, when after we hauled ass back from lunch back to the courthouse, you know, the look on Aiden's face was just pure, you know, terror, fear. I mean, because he's like, I can't believe they're throwing another charge at me over that. And of course, I'm like, you know, I asked him, do you think I'm going to get charged? And he was like, no. But I'm thinking already, I'm probably going to get charged.
You're in a conspiracy, obviously.
Right. You know, I mean, if they're going to charge him
after the fact, you probably helped him hide his crimes.
If they're going to charge him with something that ridiculous, why would I not expect to get charged? Right.
Because you're not disrupting the power structure in Canton. And that's what this was all about. That's what it was about with Turtle Boy. Is about he became the centralized figurehead, the lightning rod, whatever you want to call it, the giant dick post that everybody was he became representative of the disruption of the official narrative, because he's an independent citizen journalist, and he disrupted the official narrative. He brought the story to the nation, and he has fucked their shit up so bad. That's why he got charged and you didn't. I mean, I think Will knows this, but I'm not trying to like bring you the knowledge. I'm just saying, like, man.
So
I'm talking about it.
Oh shit, he's in chat. What's up, Will? How you doing, man? He says, I was desperate to maintain subject matter of relevant substance within the conversation. It was a bit of a struggle. Dude, you are doing an admirable job. Like, I have no criticisms of you in this interview that are serious. Anything I say about you is typically just a light jab. And if I change my mind on that, I'll tell you. But you are trying to bring this thing together. So don't worry about it, brother.
But now, so that's got to be intimidation. I mean, everything else is.
Well, I was worried because I mean, I got a dog and a cat back here, and I had arrangements for them. And I'm like, if I'm gonna get arrested and get booked, I've got to make some phone calls. You know what I mean? So that's the only reason I even asked. And then they mention it in his hearing, at the end of his hearing, and they're talking about, and they refer to me as just, you know, a friend, quote unquote. They don't even mention my name.
He's like, lol, we're not even friends. I'm just kidding.
And it was just clear to me that they're doing everything they can to railroad this guy. They're doing everything they can to target him. Like, you know, if he had actually done something wrong and they thought that he had done something wrong, I would have been charged easily just as well. Why wouldn't I have been? You know? So it was just clear what they were looking for at the time. And I was ready to take the charge if I had to. I mean, I was sitting in the courthouse or in the courtroom when they're talking about this. I was expecting at any second for somebody to be like, sir, you need to stand up, you know, come with us. But nothing. It was like I was absolutely invisible in this situation, which is bizarre. And all it did really was just put me in a position where I was like, all right, I really need to like support Turtle Boy here. This is crazy. If anybody believes in their rights as an American, you should be infuriated about this.
Yeah, I hear the bald eagles cry, although it's actually a hawk, but never mind.
That took a while. that was a long pause, right? I'm not crazy.
And you should be infuriated about this.
Yeah, I hear the bald eagles cry, although it's actually a hawk, but never mind. Go!
That wasn't fun. What is the joke? What is the joke there? Shit. Autistic bird humor. What the fuck am I missing? I hear the bald eagles cry, but actually it's a hawk. What happened? Where did Glarer? Where are you? I need a grown-up to explain this joke to me.
Hawk, but never mind. It's cry. Yeah, I hear the bald eagles cry, although it's actually a hawk, but never mind. Go!
Oh. The build-up, the breathing build-up. Oh. What is going on?
A hawk, but never mind. Go!
That's a thing. That's one of those things where I would say it. I'd be like, this just can't be real. This could not possibly be happening, but there it is. It just happened. Oh, by the way, the other thing I need to happen that doesn't happen is hitting the like button. Hit the like button if you like the show, please. Thank you, please. I love you.
That's all right. Bald eagles are okay too. They're right. They're right. I should get a bald eagle. Maybe I can have a bald eagle friend. Yeah. I'm sure that will not create any problems with federal law. I'm sure. Yeah. All right. Well, yeah. So is there anything else you want to talk about? I've been enjoying our conversation, hanging out. This is fun. We could just shoot the shit. We can talk about whatever.
We just shoot the shit all day. That's why 47 minutes in, I'm like, is there anything else you want to talk about? This has been a real blast. Such a gas. What a great conversation we've had. That's why we should end it now, unless there's anything else you want to talk about or say. No, you know what he doesn't want to talk about? He doesn't want to talk about the murder of his friend that, like, you know, set the trajectory of his career. He doesn't want to talk about the court system and how the court system seems to intertwine with why he doesn't want to be married anymore. He doesn't want to talk about what I assume to be a divorce that probably stripped him of a whole bunch of stuff that he worked really hard for and completely disrespected every single value he has as a man and a husband in a relationship. I mean, he definitely doesn't want to talk about those things. He definitely wasn't on his knees begging you to talk about those things. We can just shoot this shit all day. We're just like two bros hanging around, staring at each other's cameras.
I don't give a fuck.
Yeah,
any hobbies, interests?
No,
I right.
He has no hobbies or interests.
Now, being incapacitated as I am at the moment, I'm watching a lot of movies. I'm rewatching about.
Kurt has not asked him about his injury that's clearly pissing him off too. Yeah, I used to go to the gym. I can't right now though because I'm a gimp in leather. It's like, ask him why he can't walk. How bad is it? What happened? How long has it been? Do you have a path to recovery? Are you gonna ever be the same again?
To finish up Ray Donovan. I'm really enjoying it. The last season, though, is going really slow, and I'm not enjoying it at all. It's a terrible season so far. But I really like that show up until what I'm watching now. But yeah, I went and saw Superman yesterday.
The new one?
Yeah.
I heard it was pretty shit.
No, he went and saw the old Superman, like the new one? No, the other one. There's like 9, but that one.
It wasn't great, but it wasn't bad. You know, like I don't get anyone who's like, oh God, it was terrible.
You know, the moment that they changed Superman from leaping tall buildings to actually full on flying was the moment the character went to shit.
Okay. I mean, I don't know. I like
Okay. When was that? Wasn't that like 1958? How fucking long ago was it that Superman? I mean, I know he could leap tall buildings, jump tall buildings in a single leap or whatever. Yeah, and now he can fly, I guess. But like, it's forever ago, like all the way back.
I like seeing Superman fly, man. I liked it. I really, some of my fondest childhood memories are Christopher Reeve just, flying, when
Off a horse.
I was a little kid and just, I love that shit. I love that shit.
Okay, fair enough.
God, the chemistry. This chemistry is worse than my chemistry grades. Like, it's fucking awful. The worst part of Superman is when he could fly. He's like, actually, I really loved watching Superman fly. It's my favorite thing. God, you could not get more odd couple ever. Now Kurt's scratching his neck. Anxiety is just building here.
Well, I think, how long for the recovery for your incapacity?
Holy shit, he finally asked him a question that was related to something the Glare cares about. It's holy shit. It happened. Yes. Kurt must have been listening.
I have no idea. And it's getting old and I'm starting to get worried. I might just have to break down and go to the doctor.
You haven't been to the doctor, man? Come on.
No.
Jesus, man. Take care of your health. God.
I don't like doctors.
But sometimes they help you and make you feel.
Why? Ask why. Why don't you like doctors? What don't you like about doctors? Why don't you like doctors? No. Yeah, but sometimes doctors are cool. I know a cool doctor.
Better and stuff.
Yeah, but
I see a doctor right now every month.
Not often enough.
Doctors are drug dealers, man. They're just glorified drug dealers, in my opinion.
Yeah, but they have a license to deal me drugs, and they're the best. And then my pharmacist gives me the deal drugs. He's my best drug.
Okay, it's just got interesting. Hold on. Kurt, don't emulate me on everything.
I don't like doctors.
But sometimes they help you and make you feel better and stuff.
Yeah, but
I see a doctor right now every month.
Doctors are drug dealers, man. They're just
once a month. What are you going to a doctor for once a month? I mean, I assume he's not talking about a therapist because he'd say a therapist, which, by the way, I recommend talking to a therapist at least once a month. If not, if you're an adult over the age of 4, you should probably be talking to a therapist. Holy shit. But that said, I think he would say therapist. I don't think he would say doctor, but maybe that's what he means. Cole Roberts says Adderall. You don't have to go to a doctor every month for Adderall. You have to go like every 6 months. Every month is a lot.
glorified drug dealers, in my opinion.
Yeah, but they have a license to deal me drugs, and they're the best. And then my pharmacist gives me the deal drugs. He's my best drug dealer. He gives me the drugs reliably, and he gives it to me for very cheap, and he dispenses them to me, and the drugs are great. They are what they purport to be, and nothing else. My pharmacist is the best drug dealer ever.
If this was just a normal fracture,
I don't know, man. I don't know.
It should be already almost healed by.
Okay, so he's got a fracture. So we've discerned that a fracture has occurred
now, and it's not. Now it might be because I can't stay off of it because I live alone, and so I have to get around. And
like legs take a long time to heal. The glarer. That's why they cast them. If you're, if you fractured one.
Do stuff. So that might have an effect as to why it's not healing as quickly as
that could be a problem. Maybe some PT. You go see a goddamn doctor. Get yourself.
But I'm worried.
Put the drugs right in my veins. Here's what you do. You go to the doctor and say, "Give me."
I just want to point out the difference in physical health between the one saying, go to the doctor and get yourself drugs. Versus the guy who's like, you know what, I'm not really a big fan of doctors, and they're just drug dealers, and like I take care of my own health. The physical health of Will versus Kurt, like which one, who are you going to for advice? Someone in the chat was saying you can't get a 3-month prescription of Adderall. No, I get it. But like, so for me, I get Adderall. I don't, but I can get Adderall once a month. I can get, 30 pills, but I don't, because I don't take a pill every day for Adderall. I take them as needed. And I have never gone through a bottle of Adderall in a month. I think I've only had 2, and I've had the prescription since sometime last year. I don't know. But for me, like, I don't have to go into the doctor every time I want a prescription for Adderall. The pharmacy just calls the doctor, and, like I go in I think it's like every 6 months in general for a med check to make sure everything's working okay. But I don't have to go in monthly. Like the pharmacist just, the doctor has to provide a handwritten prescription to the pharmacy, but the pharmacy facilitates that.
I'm worried that it might be beyond just a regular fracture, and I might need surgery, and I'm worried about that. So,
well, maybe you could get that information, and then you could deal with that problem if it actually turns out to be a reality instead of a mere fear.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to do that. I don't like it, but I'm gonna have to do it. I mean, I broke my wrist, and I didn't see a doctor. I did exactly what I knew they were gonna tell me to do, and it healed fine. I just I know you just keep it elevated and keep it immobile. That's it, that's it. I don't need a doctor to tell me that. And
I never really understood this cliche that apparently men have about not wanting to go see the doctor. I see the doctor every time I have a problem. I'm like,
I don't see what it is about when they say that men don't want to go to the doctor. I go to the doctor all the time. Oh, buddy. Oh. I don't even get it. What are they even talking about?
like, I pay for this insurance out of my own pocket through the exchange at some expensive cost for a reason, so that I can go see a doctor. And then I'm like, yes, I want to go see the doctor. Give me labs, give me doctor visit, give me drugs. I like the drugs. Give me more drugs. It's great. The doctor helps me. They give me things. So,
yeah.
Man, I haven't talked about any substance like this. Not even Coke or Molly or ketamine. And I love those things. Glorilla says, I simply don't have insurance and don't run to the doctor every time I get a sniffle or boo-boo. I just didn't feel like getting into all that with him at this point. Why? Why not? You don't think that would have been productive? Ooh.
Yeah, I'm not like, I don't like pills or medications. I like to have a drink once in a while, and I like my weed gummies, and that's it. That's as
I'm
far
not
as
telling
I
you
go.
not to like those things. I'm telling you to like other things.
But yeah, I don't need a doctor to make things better for me, when 9 out of 10 times I can make them better for myself.
Okay. All right. Well, you do you, I guess. I'm just going to keep seeing the doctor on the reg.
Right on.
Yeah. Why are you encouraging him to take drugs? What are you doing?
Good for you, man.
Yeah, I mean, it only cost me $30 a month visit. I see him every month. It's like for $30. It's like, yep, we're gonna have a conference time every month. Great.
Oh no, he just admitted it. I was about to make the joke. It's a $30 a month friend. And then he said it. He didn't say for $30 a month, I can go in and I can get all my prescriptions filled. He said it only cost me $30 a month. For $30 a month, get my conference time. Holy shit. Holy shit. Ooh.
Yeah, and I'm not telling anybody else to do that. That's not what I'm saying. I'm call me ignorant and stupid. I don't give a shit, and I'm not telling anybody else to, go see your doctor, if you have to. Absolutely, please. Of course.
All right, cool.
I'm not trying to tell anybody what to do. I'm saying I think a certain way and I feel a certain way about these things, and that's how I usually live my life.
Fair enough. All right, you do you. All right. Well, in any case, I've enjoyed our conversation, and thanks for the chat.
Right on, man. Thanks for having me. I'm really grateful. It's nice
All right.
talking to you finally, Kurt.
I'll talk to you later.
All right, bud.
All right, bye for now.
Bye-bye.
All right. That was the
Holy shit, he just ended it. He just shut it down. He's like, oh, well, that's fine. It was nice to talk to you. I will talk to you another time. Holy fuck. Why is there 10? There's 12 more minutes. There's 12 more minutes. What happens in the next 12 minutes? That is not what you should do. You should not end an interview that way. It was very inorganic. It feels truncated. There's so much left on the table. Guys, like he trimmed the brisket by chopping off the brisket and he just kept the fat. All right, let's see what happens. We got 12 more minutes.
glare. We had a fun conversation. I hope you did too. Got a little serious there at the end, but I'm like, yeah, as I tried to tell him, it's like,
It wasn't serious. It wasn't serious up until the end. You know, the glare, it wasn't serious when the glare is like, my friend was murdered. And I had trouble rationalizing that and coming to terms with it and even just accepting it. So what I did was I started an entire career around true crime to try and understand the nature of the thing that happened to my friend, which impacted me. That wasn't serious. Or I can't possibly imagine ever wanting to get married to a woman ever, you know, like I can't, like it seems absurd to me. Or, man, I hate lawyers because I really had to deal with him. He wasn't serious during any of this stuff. Or my name's the Glarer, actually, because it's, you know, it's an acronym full of words that Ricada Law won't remember, but it's about depression and like, you know, this sort of mantra that I developed for myself to kind of help me process what I was going through and to help me navigate and manage it when it's at the hardest time to do that. He was never serious until the end when he's like, yeah, I don't go to the doctor very often. Like got real serious there at the end. Oh my God.
never kind of understood this cliche where men are like, they don't want to see the doctor. I don't get it. I don't understand it at all. It's like,
because what are you, a pussy? That's why.
I'm a macho man. I can take care of myself. It's like,
yes. Yes, that's the definition of being a man, is like being able to be a man about it.
what the fuck? This makes no sense to me. I don't get it.
We know.
It's like, yes, I want to go see the doctor. I was like, I pay $400 a month for the insurance.
I thought it was $30 a month. I like my doctor. I don't ever want to see her. I don't ever want to go. Jesus Christ.
And then seeing the doctor is only $30 a month. So I can see the doctor literally every single month for less than one payment of my insurance.
But you have to pay the insurance either way. It doesn't help you. What is this? Things like my insurance is $400 a month, or I can go see the doctor for $30 a month. Is he saying he doesn't pay the insurance, so he doesn't have insurance? So he just pays the $30 a month to go to the doctor and not have the insurance? Is that what he's talking about? Because that's the only way that makes sense. Otherwise, you're paying the $400 a month plus 30. So now it's $430 when it could be $400.
It's like, what the fuck? Yeah, I want to go see the doctor. Shit, we're gonna have a fun time. We're gonna go to the doctor every single month just to check up and do routine labs and shit and check my blood pressure.
Routine labs don't happen every month, Kurt. Are you dying? Bro, people on hospice have less aggressive medical schedules. Fuck me. Wow. Yeah, just go in once a month. They cut off a toe. Eventually, they'll get down to the whole foot.
And other things. And then recently, for example, I had my doctor switch me because I was having blood pressure issues.
No.
And
he's going to blame a pharmaceutical for his blood pressure issues. I watched you put 4 bouillon cubes and 8 pounds of Tony Chachere's on some fucking chicken and rice. Don't you dare come at me with like, oh yeah, the Vyvanse is my blood pressure problem. Kurt, I've watched your cooking videos. I'm going to show your doctor. I'm going to be like, this motherfucker's lying to you. It's not the Vyvanse. You can't even come up with a dose that'll fill that body, but he can come up with a dose of Tony Chachere's that could kill a whole fucking army.
Vyvanse, which is one of the things I was taking before for depression, one of the side effects of Vyvanse is it can lead to higher blood pressure, and I was having elevated blood.
The side effect of your morning diet leads to high blood pressure.
Blood pressure problems. And my doctor was trying to treat that with blood pressure medication. I was like, but you know, my numbers were still kind of high. And so it's like, well, I don't really want to add more medication at this point, you know, because I'm already on 2 blood pressure medications. I don't want to like add more, you know.
I want to anthropomorphize his blood pressure medications, like trying to hold open the walls of his collapsing arteries. Like, come on, lads, we can do it. I don't know why they're Scottish, but they are. Like, just Jesus. He's on two blood pressure meds. Can't fucking bring it down. Like, we're trying.
This seems a little unnecessary. So it's like, let's solve this problem a different way.
Yeah.
Right. So we can solve this problem a different way. So it's like, okay, I want you to take me off Provigil, and I want you to put me on to Modafinil, which
they're the exact same. Modafinil is the generic of Provigil. They're the same thing. I want you to take me off Provigil and put me on Modafinil. It's the same drug. It's the exact same.
Which is a drug for like energy and alertness and being awake. Provigil, also called Provigil.
Provigil, the name brand of Modafinil. What are you talking about? Like, how do you not know this?
I want you to put me on a standard antidepressive. And so my doctor's like, okay. So she put me on 200 milligrams of Provigil and whatever antidepressive it is. I can't remember the name of it because I'm not.
So Provigil has an off-label use for depression. Provigil is generally a narcolepsy drug. It is made because it keeps you awake. So narcolepsy, sleep apnea, to help people use, for daytime fatigue. It is a slow release drug. It lasts typically 12 to 15 hours until you build up a tolerance. Then it gets down to about 9 to 10 hours, but it's a very effective drug. It's a miracle drug. It's seriously life-changing if you have something like narcolepsy. Provigil is, like I said, an off-label depression drug, because some people just need that stimulant, like a stimulant effect that's all day can be very helpful for depression as well. But it is not an antidepressant in and of itself.
I'm not sure it was one I'd ever heard of before. So it wasn't a name I had recognized. So they put me on some sort of antidepressive after telling me about why it would complement other drugs I was taking or whatever. And I'm like, okay, whatever. It's like I didn't half understand everything she said, but then again, I'm non-professional. I don't need to understand everything she says. But it's like, okay, she explained it to me, at least to my satisfaction in the moment. I'm like, okay, that sounds fine. Let's do that. And you know, so far so good. It seems to be working at least as well, if not maybe slightly better than what I was doing before. So seems to be effective. I've only been on it for like 2 or 3 weeks at this point, but so far.
Okay. That just explained a whole lot about this interview. He's been on Provigil for 2 to 3 weeks. Provigil changes the way your brain works, man. Like it's a completely different experience. You have to rein in your chattiness. That might explain his willingness to interrupt the glarer, actually. So I'll give him a little bit less grief. No, I'm not gonna give him less grief. Stop interrupting people, you fucking tard. What are you doing?
So good. So, you know, yeah. So it's like, I want to go see the doctor. Doctor is my friend. Doctor is good. Doctor makes uncivil healthier and happier and gives me drugs. And then my pharmacist also gives me drugs. I like the drugs. The drugs are great. More drugs. Num, 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 num. So
that's an addict. That's an addict. Holy shit.
But yeah, I don't really understand that sort of male cliche of I don't want to see the doctor. I'm a tough man. I can rest and recover on my own.
Well, the majority of men and the majority of women are not drug addicts. You, sir, sound a lot like a drug addict right now. I've never spoken like that. Even about things that are like very addictive, allegedly, that I really like. Never mind, like, oh, give me the drugs, give me the drug, give me the coke, give me the coke. Like, never. What are you? One, it's not cool. Like, so immediately that's out the fucking window. You can't be talking like this, Kurt. Like, you got to stop. You sound like a drug addict, dude. You should bring these thoughts to your therapist.
It's like, bitch, they're a professional. Go see the goddamn doctor. Fuck. So yeah, I am pro team doctor.
You know, doctors, like they sometimes are on to their patients, you know, addictions and abuses of prescription meds, but it's not easy. You know, a doctor is listening to someone and they're trusting that they're coming in with candor and vulnerability and truthfulness about the symptoms that they're experiencing and the effect that the medication is having. If someone's an addict and they go in and just convincingly lie to the doctor, or, you know, just tell the positive sides of things and don't talk about like maybe taking 2 when they were supposed to take 1, like because they just needed it that day or whatever. And then the next day and then the next day, and who knows? And then maybe they just had to go without for like a week, and because they overused a couple days, and you know, that just happened the one time, though it's fine. It would just they just really needed it that day. Like, the doctor doesn't know about this. They're relying on an unreliable narrator to tell them about things, and the assumption is that the person is honest, and the assumption is that the person is forthright with all the information.
You know, so it's like, yeah, all that's good stuff. Lord,
it kind of explains why he's been doing the side grin. You get on too many stimulants, man, your mouth starts doing weird stuff because you don't know what to do. The energy goes straight to your fucking jaws and they start, gotta do something with it.
Yeah. And if he's uninsured, he can get it on the exchange, which is exactly what I do. I mean, my job as a streamer doesn't include insurance, so I have to pay for insurance myself, as I mentioned, through the exchange. And they're cheaper options, but still. Yeah.
God, I long for the days of $400 insurance. Holy fuck, mine's $2,200 a month.
So whatever. It could take 5 months for total effect. Yeah, possibly. I mean, I don't know. We'll see how it goes. So far, so good.
What's happening?
You feel like I've been cutting Will off so much?
Yes.
I don't know. That's always tricky in any conversation.
Nope. Not tricky. I just cut you off right now. It's not tricky. It's not tricky at all if you're actually having a conversation. It's tricky if you're throwing vocal darts at a dartboard. Caesar Day says, "Is this a recent Kurt stream?" Yeah, this is recent. This is within, I think, the last 2 weeks.
As you want to maintain the dynamics, I honestly, for my money, I think you're wrong. I think if you go listen back to that interview, you'll find that I let him speak for long periods of time without it.
Spoiler alert, Kurt was incorrect. Holy shit. I think what you'll find is you're wrong, and I was actually doing a perfect job
interrupting him. I'm not saying I never interrupted him. If I felt like I had something to add in that moment, then I added something in the moment. But
you never had anything to add in that moment. Not a single thing that you interjected added to the moment or made it better. 0 things throughout the interview were made better by an interjection or a place where you stepped in or cut off Will in the middle of his talking, or prevented him from talking by adding yet another thing to the end of your story. Nothing at all was good about that.
I think if you go back and watch it, you'll find that I had very long periods of just letting him speak.
No,
and
that's probably partly due to the stimulants, right? His brain is going 1,000,000 miles an hour. If he's on Provigil and if he's also on Adderall, for example, if he's on Adderall and Provigil at the same time, like, your brain is cranked up. Now, I don't know about Kurt. If he had, like, I don't know if Kurt has ADHD or whatever, but if he doesn't have ADHD and he's taking multiple stimulants, like, this man, his brain is about to pop, and he has to talk. He has to step in. He has to interject, and any waiting is going to feel like a fucking eternity.
I mean, at least for my money, that I handled the balance well, but
no, you didn't.
Everyone's a critic. Some people want more, some people want less. I just let the conversation kind of.
No one wanted more of you. Not a single person wanted more of you in that conversation.
Flow like it, should, at least in my view. So, hope.
Yes, your view on conversations is broken. It is not acceptable. It is not correct. It is not useful to people, and it does not facilitate good conversation in any capacity.
Hopefully he enjoyed it, and what else can you do?
You could do a better interview.
Yeah, I mean, I felt like the conversation flowed very well from my end, so hopefully he agreed.
How you felt is irrelevant.
Yeah, you obviously cannot please everyone. That much is obviously true,
Or you did a bad job and you made a bunch of people go, "Oh, that was not really good." Like, that's not about not pleasing everybody.
And that's true in any conversation, especially as you add more and more people in the conversation. Who speaks and when in a conversation is tricky enough for 2 people, right? That sort of unspoken negotiation about who speaks and when. Yeah, and then you add a 3rd person or a 4th person or a 5th person or a 6th person. Yeah, there's no way everyone's coming out of that conversation satisfied that they got to speak exactly when they wanted to, and they weren't interrupted more than they wanted to be. It's like,
why not? People navigate these conversations all the time without having any trouble at all. It's a common thing. Kurt's like, I don't know how anybody could possibly pull off a conversation where everybody who leaves it is satisfied. Like, that's not a thing that happens. It's like, no, it happens constantly, all over the place. It's normal for everybody else on the planet.
Like, there's this negotiation is impossible. We all do our best, And there's no way that people watching this stream are going to be in universal agreement about you interrupted too much, you interrupted not enough. It's like, it's just not going to happen.
How many not enough interruptions are you actually seeing in your chat right now? I want to know so bad, like how many of those are happening? I know I could probably actually pull it up and watch the chat, but I don't want to do that.
But I was satisfied with it. And, so what can you do?
Again, a better interview.
That's also a challenge in improv. Because sometimes
it isn't a challenge in improv or in conversations. It's a challenge for you. It's a challenge in Kurt. It's okay. Error 404 says the dude was talking about his meds, like Hunter Biden talked about the virtues of crack in that new interview. Wait, what? Okay, I need to look that up. Grifty says, give him no credit. Been on Provigil for a year now. Real talk. It's pretty close to some time release Peruvian booger sugar without the sore nose. I mean, yes and no. Yes and no.
Sometimes I want to interrupt them, to add something, but you're really not supposed to do that in improv comedy.
Oh, man, I have to pee so bad.
I got chastised last time. Yes.
Oh, wait, hold on. I'm coming back to this. I have to go to the bathroom again. Sorry, I'm drinking way too much. I'll be right back in just a minute. Don't go anywhere. We've got a couple minutes left.
He drank a fair bit and then realized that his bladder can't handle the liquor inside, leaving us with his chair while he runs up the stairs, hoping the stream doesn't suddenly die. While we are waiting, we'll be laughing at you. The drinking along is what most of us do. The chat is united, getting excited. What you have for us when your PM is through. When you have a small bladder and no sphincter control, freedom of liquor doesn't mean freedom from soaking your drawers. Now you're washing your hands and you realize that you've forgotten to scrub both the front and the back. Then you'll grab a quick bite, kiss your lady goodnight, and remember to thank her for all of the snacks. Whoa, water will cure your hangover. Oh, so drink some when the stream is over. When you have a small bladder and no sphincter control, freedom of liquor doesn't mean freedom from soaking your drawers. Soaking your drawers.
Hey, I'm back. I'm back. Sorry. It was pee o'clock. Again, the stream has been going that long. Okay. So I'm going to go back a couple seconds here because I want to get back to him starting this train of thought.
That's also a challenge in improv.
Nope.
Because sometimes I want to interrupt them, to add something, but you're really not supposed to do that in improv comedy.
No, you're not supposed to do that in improv comedy. There's a huge difference. between you're not supposed to do that in improv comedy and you're not supposed to do that in improv comedy. Guys, have you ever seen improv where they're like, actually don't interrupt the other people? Like, don't interrupt somebody in improv. I mean, it's improv. What, like, an interruption would be devastating. Thanks, the Black Blade. I think the chat is pretty awesome.
So I got chastised yesterday. I got chastised because I interrupted one of my scene partners to like add a little like, acknowledgement. And my coach was like, don't interrupt. Like, sorry, my bad. Yeah. So, yeah. I had a good time at the gym. Had to cut it a little short because didn't leave myself enough time before the interview, but I still got 3 exercises done. I posted it.
3 whole exercises. I got 3 exercises done, guys. We know that he did some hack squats because he said earlier, he's like, I was just busting out some hack squats, He did some standing calf raises. So that's 2. What's his other exercise? Anybody want to guess? Hack squats, calf raises, standing calf raises. I don't know what the other one would be. I know it's not a sit-up.
Lifted like 11,000 total pounds, which is kind of roughly what I'm doing anyway. So wasn't too bad, but hey, some
just lifted like 11,000 pounds. The fuck you do today? Just doing some hack squats, just lifting 11,000 fucking pounds. Kurt, you lifting 11,000 pounds isn't impressive. That happens every time you stand.
Some exercise is better than no exercise, and the hack squat is a nice compounded movement. So if you're going to have like, 3 exercises, the
hack squat's
a good one. The other 2 being the standing calf press, and the other one was barbell curls.
Fuck, I knew it was going to be curls. I should have just said it. Damn it. No one's going to believe me now. I'm like the Macrons.
That I did today. So not a bad little workout.
Not a bad little workout. Yeah. Not bad. If I do say so myself, just 11,000 pounds.
Am I in Texas? Yes. As you can tell from the subtle clues behind me. Yes, I am in Texas. Subtle.
You having a Texas flag isn't a clue that you're in Texas. It's a clue that you care about Texas. You also have a Statue of Liberty. Are you in New York? You also have the little girl being walked into the, the fucking integrated schools. Are you in Alabama? I don't remember where this fucking Norman Rockwell painting is supposed to take place.
The clues. Correct.
Talk.
Adding muscles, I'm dropping fat. Hopefully somewhat.
Stop. This is a problem with you fatzos. All right. All you behemoth monsters out there are trying to figure out what you should eat. That's the problem with all of you. You're all out there. You're like, oh, what diet should I do? What food plan should I have? No. Nope. Sorry. No privilege. You've shown a demonstrated inability to manage this responsibility. You don't eat. That's your diet plan. Don't eat. Stop looking for what to eat and just stop. Putting on muscle while cutting fat. No, he isn't. Look at him. He's a monster. Not a chance. He belongs in a Dungeons and Dragons monster manual at this point. Like, he is just gargantuan. Are you just cut the weight? Just cut the weight. How do you cut the weight? My man is on fucking Adderall and Provigil. Why are you eating? You don't need to. You don't need to. In the same way that like cocaine is a powder diet or whatever, like Adderall and Provigil, stimulants in general, Your body doesn't need to eat. Stop. Just stop. I am a doctor. Just stop eating. You'll be fine. That man could go a month without eating. He'll be okay. But we've seen what he eats. He prepares these things like 25,000 calories or whatever. And he's like, I'm going to eat this in 5 days. Like, oh my God, dude.
I just started taking creatine monohydrate by pill. I have the powder, but I can't remember to take it reliably.
Why are you taking, you have mass. You have tons of mass. Why are you taking creatine? You need to cut the weight. You got to cut the weight. Cut the fucking weight. Cut the weight. Cut the weight. You can put the weight back on later. Cut the weight first. If your goal is like, okay, so this is a thing some people don't realize. Like, you know, bodybuilders and stuff, they're in good physical shape and condition and stuff, but their heart is still under load because they're clinically obese, because they're above, you know, the BMI body weight. Now there are other factors. They're not as unhealthy as a big fat person, right? But there's certain systems in your body where just being bigger, even if you're generally healthier, is still, it's a strain on those systems. All right. Lose the weight. Lose the weight. You need to lose the weight. This means 330 pounds. You got to lose the weight. You're going to die. Cut the weight off. Your body doesn't need that smoke. You can eat later and build muscle in the gym. You can do it. And don't talk to me about, oh, your muscles are going to atrophy or whatever. Fat guys' muscles aren't going to atrophy. Lifting the food to their mouth is a bicep curl. Doing anything is muscle workout. Like, you got to cut the weight. You got to cut the weight.
But I take pills, you know, every day for like supplements and stuff. So I was like, well, even though it's not as efficient and it's a little bit more expensive, pill it is, but it's still less than like 50 cents a day. Well, slightly more than 50 cents a day. It's probably, that's 70 days at $40. No, so it is less than 50 cents a day. It's whatever 4 divided by 7 is. I think. No, it's 70 divided by 4.
4 divided.
Yeah, I don't know which way the math goes. It's roughly 50 cents a day. So it's not so bad. Could be worse.
70 divided by 4 is not anywhere close to 50 cents. That's like 17 cents. Something like that. Here we go. We got a super tip here.
It's official. Nick won.
Man, I haven't won anything. There's no game. There's no competition. The only person I'm trying to win against is me. The me that was self-destructive.
How close was I to flooding? Not close at all. I'm on the wrong end of the state for that. Flooding was near San Antonio. I'm on the other. I'm basically 2.5 to 3 hours away. Don't take creatine. I am taking creatine. I am not asking for your permission. I am simply informing you.
You don't need to build mass. You don't need creatine. This is insane.
If you don't support that choice, I don't really care. Thank you for your input.
It's not about people supporting the choice. It's not about the, like, your choice is misinformed. What are you doing?
I'm taking magnesium too. I'm taking magnesium and I'm taking fish oil.
Yeah, fish oil, because you probably have massively high triglycerides and high LDL, right? Like, so you take fish oil to bring those down. That makes sense. What was the other thing he fucking said?
Thank you for your input.
Magnesium. I don't know what magnesium's for.
I'm taking magnesium too. I'm taking magnesium and I'm taking fish oil. And I'm going to switch to Centrum men's for a 1-a-day multi.
Are you sure? Because men don't go to the doctor every month. Maybe you should take Centrum for women.
I think so. Yeah. There's flooding north of Austin. Fair. How close was my place in Austin to flooding? I don't know. I haven't looked it up. I was on like the 3rd floor though in my Austin apartment, so I probably wouldn't have been okay from any flooding.
The people below him are lucky to be alive.
Because that's a lot of flooding. So yeah. Hack your watch? I might. I don't know. I haven't decided yet. No rush to do so. I'm thinking about it. I bought a anti-reflective tempered glass that I can put on top of the Homage, because the other one, the Homage, is anti-reflective coating kind of sucks. So I bought a tempered thin piece of glass from Amazon that I can put on top of the sapphire crystal. So I get the more anti-reflective coating. I'm going to see how that looks and compares to the real thing.
It's going to look so fucking cool, especially while you're looking at your watch in the shower. I got a watch. I got a watch. I can't take it.
I don't know. I haven't decided yet. I probably am not going to decide for quite some time. There's no rush. I feel like, I can get the same value out of the watch I bought for what I paid for it. So I don't feel like there's any rush for me to make a decision.
Wait, so now he's talking about selling the watch that he just got? He's like, I got a watch. Now I'm going to sell it. The hell?
Because there's no ticking clock. I should be able to get roughly what I...
There literally is a ticking clock. It's on the little band that goes in your wrist. What are you doing? There's no ticking clock. It's a watch.
I paid for it out of it when I sell it. So 6 months from now or a year from now. So it doesn't really make a difference. So
my man is moving watches like nobody's business. Yeah. Just got this one 6 months, a year from now. There'll be another watch. There's always another watch, baby.
There's no real immediate incentive to sell because it's going to hold the value I paid for it.
Yeah, watches are the new stable coin. Like these things, they don't move up or down. There's no fluctuation in value here. This watch is going to be just as good as the day I bought it. They pay extra for the leftover skin.
Already took its depreciation, from the previous owner. So there's really not much more depreciation to be had. So it should be fine. The audio fuzz is back. Okay, that's exciting news. Great to know.
This watch talk is riveting.
You like the watch? I like the watch too. I like the look of the watch a lot.
Cut it off.
Static, I can't fix it. If there's static, I can't fix it. There's nothing I can do about it. I guess I'm going to sign off for now. All right. I've been on Civil Law. Thanks for everything. Till later. Goodbye.
Well, that was abrupt. that was really abrupt. Oh my gosh. Okay. Well, I mean, that was something right there. Man, Kurt, stop. Hold on 1 second. There's a super tip here. Principled uncertainty says no amount of face furniture, be it a beard, shades, or jaunty hat, can distract from innate ugliness. No one should be alive and look like that. Oh, fuck. That's brutal. Oh, my gosh. Man, I don't know. Okay. So I'm like lost on what to do here. It's really late. I'm not going to go much longer. I've already gone way longer than I thought. But Arian, the vegetarian, was saying the Zelensky interview. I don't see it. 11 days ago, he posted Epstein murder cover up. Trump's 2025 DOJ bombshell exposed. Holy shit. Just get mad about being fat and leave. Let's see if I can find it. Christy Webster with 10 more gifted memberships. Oh my God. You're going crazy. What are you doing? Where's the Zelensky interview? I love his red glasses. Like, I don't even know what that's doing. It's like 20 minutes in, he starts to lose it with the chat. Man. Oh, he's got a discussion with DUI guy. He's got a bunch of these random interviews that he did during the Karen Reed stuff. I'm trying to find the Zelensky thing here. Oh, his Mark Betterow interview is almost 3 hours long. That thing would be a disaster. And then he has his Turtle Boy interview. I've heard some things about that, but I don't know. I don't know if I can find this. I don't know if I can find this quickly. Chat GPT quizzes me with bar exam problems. Oh God, that's got to be good. The Hunter Biden interview is wild. That's not a Kurt thing, right? Like that's just a regular thing. But is the Hunter Biden interview, like, did Kurt watch it? Or am I just watching the Hunter Biden interview? Like there was a new Hunter Biden interview. What's going on with that? Let's take a peek at this Hunter Biden interview. Channel 5. Four days ago. This is 3 fucking hours. Okay. Our first chapter is the depths of addiction. I want to watch this immediately. What is happening? It's this Hunter Biden interview right here on Channel 5. Yeah, well, we can do the Zelensky interview at some point. I want to see.
I was drinking so much alcohol, almost a handle of vodka a day. And alcohol is the most destructive drug, not just to your body, but
Are you saying you could handle your alcohol? Dad joke.
puts you in more danger than any other drug that I've ever experienced. And then you add on top of that the amount of crack that I was using at the time. And crack cocaine, in terms of your physical health, is not as dangerous as the situation that you put yourself in to be able to obtain it.
How do you get crack?
One of the things I don't want to do is give a how-to.
The guy asking him that question's a Chad. Well, how do you get crack? It's like, I need to know. I need to know right now. How do I get some crack? Oh, man. I probably agree with him. Alcohol is devastating. They really they oversell the side effects of some of these drugs. I'm not saying these drugs are healthy. Don't get me wrong. But they really did propagandize the negative effects of a lot of the illegal drugs that are out there, and they really fucking ignore comparatively how devastating alcohol is.
To any moron like myself that may think that it's a good idea. But crack cocaine is I am fully aware when I'm talking about it in relationship to my own experience with it. It is still a shocking thing for most people because
it's really shocking that I was doing crack. Yeah, of course it is. It's cool. It's cool that you're talking about it. To be clear, I'm not talking about doing crack. I'm talking about I've never done crack. It's cool that he's talking about it this way and shocking people is what I'm saying. I have never tried crack. I always just insufflated my powder. I didn't ever try smoking anything or anything like that.
Is there Baldo Guard merch? I'll take Tigre hats.
Tigre hat, 3 hats, I guess. 3. I should make a Baldo Guard. That would be awesome. I can make it like a shield, like one of those family shield crest things, like where it's like a shield. I could put a Baldo across the shield and then like 2 dildos in for the cross swords that go behind it.
Because we have been fed this perception of crack cocaine. It's more than just a drug. It's more than like if you say meth or if you say heroin or if you say cocaine. It comes with a whole bunch of different baggage. And because of that, places that you can go get it are some of the most dangerous places in whatever location you happen to be in. And it's everywhere. Mainly for that reason, I learned how to make my own.
Look, I learned how to make my own crack. Who wants to go get stabbed or suck dick? I could just make it in my house. Oh my God.
You read, I'm going to pretend like you're not getting attacked by a bee right now.
Hey, it's all right.
Keep my train of thought.
Without them, we would all.
Just trying to root. By the way, that's true too. Birds aren't real, but bees are.
What the fuck?
Good morning, America and the world. My name is Andrew Callahan, the host and.
What the fuck is this? What is happening here? How did this guy get this interview? That's amazing. Hold on. I think we may have. Here we go.
Well, hello, everyone, and welcome back to Uncivil Law. So I'm told that today's Oval Office meeting with Zelensky might have gone a little bit off the rails.
Okay, I'm not going to watch Arian said it's about 20 minutes in. So this is a preview. We're going to 20 minutes even.
Week 2,000 soldiers died on both sides. 2,000. And they're losing 1,000, 2,000, 3,000 a week. So as we sit here and we talk, people are getting shot and dying on the battlefield. And, they're not American soldiers, but they're Russian soldiers and they're Ukrainian soldiers, and we want to be able to stop it. And we want to be able also to spend money on other things. We don't want to, this is a tremendous amount of money. And what the Biden administration did was terrible. They were giving money.
This isn't it. How far in? Oh, wait, let's see what he's got to say here.
You know, be more interested in being in the room. Make it seem like you want to be there. Make it seem like you want that help. That would be really helpful. Yeah.
Oh, wait. He's giving Zelensky. Kurt's giving a world leader tips on how to be personal in an interview or personable in an interview.
It's too bad we got involved because there should have been no involvement because there should have been no war. And there shouldn't have been October 7th. That would have never happened. As you know, Iran was broke. They had no money to give to Hezbollah. They had no money to give to Hamas. They were stone cold broke. And then under Biden, they became rich as hell. They went from no money to $300 billion in a period of 4 years. And they gave a lot of that money away. And you see what happened. And that's a real mess also that we hope to be able to solve.
They're out there. They're flat broke. No money. Nothing to give to Hezbollah. Really, we shouldn't have been involved. We were involved. We did get involved, but we shouldn't have been involved. It shouldn't have been October 7th. Maybe earlier, maybe later. Who knows?
But no, I appreciate your question very much. I feel I have an obligation to try and do something to stop the death.
If I can answer. Yes, if I can answer.
Please,
Sorry.
go ahead.
Please.
Before he answers, because I'm going to interrupt. The chairs that they put these people in for these interviews are fucking crimes. First of all, they're hideous. They're yellow. Why are they yellow? They don't seem to match the room at all. But second of all, like, look at how they have to sit. If their hands aren't covering their balls, their suit pants are going to be pulled so tight that those little packages are going to be delivering harder than Amazon. Like, good Lord. Don't do that to dudes. Don't make them sit there with their balls tightly wound in their suit shorts because of how awkwardly they have to sit in these fucking chairs. How weird. Give them good chairs.
And I do like your clothing, though.
Yeah, really?
Even though I have to.
It's like telling a rape victim.
I do like your clothing. I like how you came here looking like you're going to a blockbuster movies, which you still have in the Ukraine. I've heard about them.
To be happy that someone's saying it's just a tip, let it happen. No, it would be like telling a rape victim when they appear in court and they're telling their story. It'd be like telling a rape victim, seem engaged, be engaged, you know, deliver your remarks like you care, deliver your remarks in a way that makes you credible. You know, sit up straight, use your voice, deliver your words with power. Tell your story in a clear, coherent way. You know, avoid euphemisms. Use direct terms.
Yes. What's happening here? What is he doing? What is he even talking about? Yes. Yeah. The rape victim should do that. Now, the rape victim is going to be re-traumatized by having to testify in this thing. And they're going to lose their composure. They're faced with their abuser. Their life has been molded in this moment of horror and violence. But you want them to do all the things you're saying. Like you do that. You want them to have their composure as long as they can. You want them to deliver credible details. You want them to avoid euphemisms. You want them to You want them to push back the negative emotions and the anger they feel towards this person or the betrayal or the hurt or whatever it is, because you need them to get the factual basis out. You need them to come across believable. And when they break down in that, moment, that's when belief comes in. If they come in, they're just a fucking mess and a wreck. People won't be able to understand them. They won't be able to follow what's going on. It won't be coherent. It won't be believable. What are you talking about? It's a man who's never done this. Principled Uncertainty says, what do you think Kurt fears more, being naked or getting his laptop fixed? It took me a second. Oh my God. I'm going to say being naked.
Say penis, say vagina, that kind of thing. Don't use euphemisms.
Right.
That would be like what I would be telling a rape victim, which would be really good advice in a courtroom.
Oh, okay. So we agree at least. Why were you saying it so angrily? Now I'm confused.
Presentation matters. That would be what it's like. So if you are Zelensky and you're in this room with Trump and you're now asking for relief from the United States, maybe be a little bit more engaged, seem like you care, be more interested in being in the room, make it seem like you want to be there, make it seem like you want that help. That would be really helpful. Yes, those would be good things to do. Also, fuck you for your analogy, by the way. Fuck off.
He got kind of mad there. It's like 1 hour, 53 minutes. Okay. Check it out. So it's so confusing because I ended up agreeing with Kurt, but the way he was saying it was so strange. All right. We're gonna take a little bit more of a peek and then we'll be done really soon on this.
Looks like Armani. See, this is what I'm saying, man. You can get some great deals in Hong Kong. And you can get some great deals in Vietnam. Sure, you can get some great suits. How about Indochina?
By the way, just briefly, is he talking about Zelensky's clothing? Kurt, you have no basis to talk about anybody's clothing, but Zelensky has very intentionally dressed in this way. He's not showing up in a suit. He's not showing up polished. His country is at war. His country is being invaded. He shows up like a man dressed for a different kind of work. Like him, don't like him, agree, disagree. But if you think it's unintentional, it's very intentional. It's very intentional. He's showing up like that for a reason.
Oh, Indochino looks good. I have an Indochino suit. I thought they did a pretty good job. If I was called to the White House, I'd wear my Indochino. Cost me like $400. I'd still put on a fucking suit, though. It doesn't have to be Savile Row, although, to be honest, it wouldn't necessarily look out of place either. Damn. No idea I was a Trumper. I don't know if I'm necessarily a Trumper as such. I don't know if that's necessarily what I am.
I swear he was just complaining about Zelensky's suit. Principled Uncertainty says, personally, I find it outrageous that Nick is a flawed human being. As a parent, I can say none of us ever fucked up. Exactly. I did it all for you. Don't worry about it.
Because I remain with the right and ability to agree and disagree with Trump as need be. And I've talked about some of the issues relating to some of his executive orders relating.
He developed the ability to agree and disagree with Trump as need be. Look, I developed the ability to agree or disagree with him. Holy shit. You're a miracle worker. How'd you do that? Is there a professional sport that you play?
Getting to some sort of legal problems that are pending. So I try to evaluate things as I sort of always do, sort of at one step at a time or one thing at a time. So I will turn right around and have no problem being like, I don't know about this executive order. Seems like this might have some problems. Seems like this might be a little suspect.
Guys, we got a badass here. I don't know what to do. This man can make up his own mind on stuff, and he can hold contrary positions about one person's opinions. Like, that's amazing. Holy fuck. See, my problem, I haven't put the work in, and so whenever I have an agreement with a person on one of their opinions, I automatically agree with the rest of them. I don't even know how to disagree once I've agreed. But similarly, I don't know why this is, but similarly, once I disagree with someone, I can't bring myself to agree with them on anything at all. Even stuff that I would think I actually have to change my opinions to make sure they disagree after that point.
There's this law doesn't seem to quite work, right? So my analysis tries to be based on each individual thing that is happening. I try to analyze it based on what's happening.
Yeah.
I will be critical and continue to be critical of Trump and try to analyze legal issues and try to provide good legal opinions.
Don't you threaten me with a boring time.
But you know, I liked what I saw today. I'll tell you that, man. That's for sure. Yeah.
Where was this interview on the Kurt starts Provigil spectrum? Or this live stream?
Nate the lawyer says 1,000,000% agree with Kurt. Yeah. Right. Just try to analyze everything onto its own merits, right? Just try to analyze everything onto its own merits. Like this was interesting yesterday too. This happened.
I can't ever figure out where his eyebrows are or who's controlling them. Like, is Zelensky controlling one? And who's the president of Russia? Is that Macron also?
Like yesterday in the stream with Melanie, I was watching the stream, you know, chat come back, right? The stream was coming back, and I saw someone in the chat basically say, you know, Kurt has gone on record saying that he supports the Commonwealth with some of their motions. Kurt has said that the Commonwealth, you know, is right sometimes. I'm like, in the Karen Reid case, yeah, right, correct. I mean, this seems like you're trying to say this like a got you. Did you know that Kurt has said sometimes he thinks the Commonwealth is right, or its legal motions are correct, or they're on the winning side of a legal argument? Yes. Yes, I have said that from time to time.
But were you right, though? Were you right? You would never know, because you could always say that the Commonwealth is on the winning side of a legal argument. You have about a 90% chance that Bev Canoni was going to rule that way.
Wow. Amazing. Right? Yeah. Sometimes when the Commonwealth says sometimes they're right. I know. I was surprised too. But they say this like it's a got you. They say this like, oh, Kurt sometimes says the Commonwealth is right, or Kurt sometimes supports the Commonwealth, or Kurt sometimes says they're right on the law. Right. Correct. Yes. And what's next? What's the other shoe that's going to drop in this equation? So like you just try to analyze everything onto its own terms. You just try to analyze every motion under its own terms, try to understand.
I can't even try to do it. I don't know how. What am I supposed to do? Under its own terms? It doesn't even have terms. No terms or conditions. I'm looking for the page.
And every issue under its own term, try to understand every objection on its own term. You just try to understand everything on its own terms, and you do the analysis, and you do the analysis, and you do the analysis.
I like doing the analysis. It's hard analysis.
You know? Yeah.
Yeah.
That was good.
Was it?
That was good. Yeah.
That was good. Yeah.
I had a lot of fun with Melanie Little. We had a great time. I look forward to doing that again. Right?
Kurt interviewed Melanie Little, or was on with Melanie Little, and he had a great time. That's got to be worse than the Glorilla interview. Oh man, that's got to be terrible.
So it's like, yeah, we had a great time. It was a lot of fun.
I took pictures of her feet.
We know you're busy edging to Kurt, but did you see that bitch Abby Chatfield from Australian tell her 1.5 million fans on Instagram to encourage Americans to assassinate Trump? It's 43 seconds of BS.
No, I've never heard. I don't listen to Australians first and foremost, but I've never heard of Abby Chatfield.
I'm a huge free Karen Reid person, but appreciate Kurt for talking more objective. Yeah, like I don't think Karen Reid should be prosecuted based on the sufficiency of the evidence. Right? I've said that before, and I'll say that again. That's my view, right? I don't think there's.
He'll say it one more time than I will, but I will also say it again at least once.
Sufficient evidence to convict Karen Reid. I think the first trial basically was a joke. I think the state's case was blows and was a disaster fuel area. I can't imagine why the jury was convicted. So yeah, I mean, I'm all about free Karen Reid, but like the reasons, or that Karen Reid shouldn't be prosecuted, but like, right, you know, it's like the fact that I don't think she should be prosecuted. And then when I'm analyzing the habeas, right, and I'm analyzing the habeas review, and I'm like, okay, I think the Commonwealth has the better end of the argument. But you're free Karen Reid, right? But you think the Commonwealth has the better end of the habeas. Correct. So you're not free Karen Reid. Well, it depends what you mean. Like, I think she should be freed because the evidence sucks. I think she should be freed because the state really has no case. I think there are evidentiary problems. I think there are authentication problems. I think there are discovery problems. I think there are ethics problems. I think there are all kinds of problems. So if you think, do I think Karen Read should be freed for those reasons? You're right. Yeah. But do I think that she wins on the habeas? No, not really. I don't think she wins. And it's like, well, I mean, does that mean that I'm not free Karen Read? Does that mean that I can't hang out with the cool kids in the free Karen Read club? Am I not allowed to the club meetings anymore? Do I have to turn in my decoder rings now?
Yes.
Holy shit, man.
Yeah, you do.
Holy shit, right?
Stop immediately. Stop.
It's like,
you're too cool for everybody. Like, we can't keep up. What are we supposed to, how can we run as fast as you towards being awesome?
Right. Right. So it's like, what do you want, man?
Something else.
Yeah. Yeah. So I suppose I'm not free Karen Read in so much as I don't automatically agree with everything her or her attorneys say, which incidentally, by the way, would make me a very bad judge if I did. Like that's a very bad judge. Like just as much as you guys think that Bev is a bad judge because she's in a very lopsided way, always ruling for the prosecution.
You're not a judge.
She wouldn't be very much of a good judge if she was in an incredibly lopsided way, always ruling for the defense either.
You're not a judge.
That's not what a good judge looks like.
You're not a judge.
That's not what a good judge looks like. A good judge tries to apply things neutrally, like Lady Justice with a blindfold on and scales in her hands, without favor, without passion or prejudice, and evaluates. Right? So it's like, okay, if I'm like everything Karen Read and her lawyers do is just automatically great, that doesn't make me a very good judge. That makes me a bad judge. That's no way to run a courtroom, son.
That's no way. It's no way to run a courtroom. It's not a way to run a courtroom. No, definitely not a way to run a courtroom. Oh my gosh. Okay.
And creator of Channel 5, the largest independent crowd-funded newsroom in the United States. The following interview is with Hunter Biden, the controversial storied son of former President Joe Biden, who issued a full and unconditional pardon for Hunter during his final month in office, shortly after Hunter was found guilty of tax-related crimes. And
man, did you see Hunter with like the dark hair back then before he aged 65 years in 2 days?
being an illegal drug user in possession of a firearm. Hunter has yet to speak to the media about this pardon and hasn't done a televised interview in years. In fact, aside from a very limited and controlled press run to promote his new book, Beautiful Things of 2021, Hunter hasn't given a single statement to the media, especially in regard to the laptop scandal that was a crucial component in the Stop the Steal movement back in 2020, wherein millions of Trump supporters alleged that Joe Biden was being controlled and manipulated by nefarious foreign actors who leveraged their business connections with Hunter to peddle influence in the White House. As I mentioned, this alleged intel connects to private messages and emails that were found on a laptop that Rudy Giuliani and his lawyer claim Hunter left in a computer repair shop in Delaware sometime in 2020, where after
Rudy Giuliani's cheeks always look like they're running away from his eyes. Principled Uncertainty says, "Oh, I get Kurt now. In unrelated news, I've met repressed gay men who are too ugly to get boy pussy. He reminds me of the 2000 AD's Get Ugly, or 2000 ads, Get Ugly saga."
the laptop repairman, John Paul Mac Isaac, pictured here, essentially leaked its contents to the world.
Whoa!
Along with evidence of alleged corruption, tax evasion, and influence peddling, what was also leaked from the laptop is nearly a decade of private photos of Hunter in the thralls of crack cocaine addiction. All right, in today's interview, we're going to discuss the laptop, the 2020 election, crack cocaine, and more, with an emphasis on recovery and away from gossip and family drama. And by the way, if you'd like to listen to or download an audio version of this interview, I've uploaded a crispy WAV file to the podcast feed of our long-form program, 5Cast, which is available now on Spotify, Apple Music, and Amazon.
Biden.
Interview?
Thank you so much for your time, man. I really appreciate it. How long has it been since you've done a formal sit-down interview?
You know, it's been a while. been a long while. I had a conversation with Jamie Harrison, who's the former chair of the DNC, who's a great friend, loyal. And I was down in South Carolina for other things and kind of like family down there. So I sat down with him and talked about some stuff, but nothing.
He's like Joe Biden with just as much dementia.
Like this.
What made you feel like now's the time for a official, unedited long form?
Well, I don't know when it is the right time or not the right time. I'm an admirer of your work, and we have a mutual acquaintance. It didn't take me much to agree to be really interested. I think the work that you've done is some of the most interesting commentary on the moment we're living in. The expanded moment that we seem to be continuing to
Oh, fuck. Hunter wears a bunch of gay bracelets too. Damn it.
live in of the from 2020 on. I hadn't seen much of the earlier work.
I wonder if Kurt would talk to Hunter Biden about his watch. I can't decide if I would want to interview Hunter Biden or if I would want to get Hunter Biden to interview with Kurt so that I can watch it later.
Work that you had done, but I do know that I at least appreciate the sincerity with which you approach everything that you do.
I appreciate it. You said 2020 on. Do you feel like that's the year the world kind of went crazy?
No. I think that's the year that we all kind of woke up to the realization.
This guy looks like he helped field test the spray can of vagina repellent that was being developed by the CIA.
That things are crazy, but no, I think that they've been going crazy for a while, and I don't know whether crazy is the right word. I think that I don't know how interested people are in my take on why I think the world is a little bit crazy right now.
Well, I think there's probably millions of people out there who just want to know how you're doing.
Personally, I'm great. I tell everybody, and Melissa gets kind of upset with me because it has been obviously a difficult time. You know, the past 5 years have not at least.
Crack time. It's a difficult time. How long's this man been clean of crack? How many minutes?
From any outsider's perspective, been fun, but for me, as a person in recovery, and being able to maintain that recovery through this and stay clean and sober throughout it. So one thing I allow myself to take some pride in, and I know about
that happened.
My life is that I survived almost certain death, and I mean I don't know if you read my book, but it's pretty.
I haven't read your book. I'm not gonna read your book. We're doing an interview because I don't want to read your fucking book. Like I'm gonna ask you questions. Why would you ask me that?
Transparent about it. Having survived that hell kind of prepared me to be able to make it through kind of the public humiliation that I don't know any other way to put it, that I've experienced over the past close to 5 years now. And it doesn't seem to.
Why are you humiliated? Why are you humiliated? You chose to do crack. Like what's humiliating about it? You're like, you did crack. Like yeah, you did. If people shit on me about drug use, like I'm not humiliated by it. Being humiliated is not the same as having shame or whatever. I don't really have much shame about it. I don't like how it turned out. Right? Like it was a disaster at the end. And from some point in the middle on, it was a disaster. I get it. But like I'm not gonna be humiliated about choices that I made. Like that's weird to me. I don't know, you like do the things that you do. That's one of the things that bothers me about people. Like you do the things that you do. And it's like, oh wait, I didn't want anybody to like know about it. It's like you may not want certain consequences of people knowing. Like I didn't want to get arrested, for example. Like it's bad. But other than that, I mean, you're doing things. So what do you want?
Stop, but I'm more grounded in who I am and what matters to me, and what I'm grateful for on a daily basis than I've ever been in my life. And physically, I'm in in a hell of a lot better shape than I was since my last drink or drug 6 years ago.
So it's been 6 years.
Yeah, just
I was just about to say that. So it's been 6 years. I could do this guy's job. I'm pretty sure. I could sit in a shitty like chair that doesn't like. I don't know what these chairs are doing. What is his jacket doing? He looks so awkward.
just over 6 years.
When you say you almost died, can you kind of give us some more context?
I was a drinker, and at the end, my addiction had progressed so much that it was potentially deadly on a daily basis. The thing that was the most concerning and the most real about facing death was in actuality the alcohol. Once you fall into that lifestyle. And I wouldn't call it a lifestyle because there's no life to it at all. You enter a completely different world in which you're living kind of completely outside of the bounds of any communal norms. I don't know. It's a scary place to be. And I met some of the most...
What are these videos? What was he doing?
Truly heroic, astounding, thoughtful, kind people that I've ever met in my life that are living, lives of quiet desperation, not quiet, very loud desperation. But even in that, found space in their hearts for empathy and kindness. And I've met some of the most awful, predatory people that I've ever experienced in my life.
So you feel that the thralls
Mormons
of addiction do oftentimes swallow up very genuine, earnest people, but at the same time, that underbelly is home to a specific breed of evil as well?
One of the things that I've realized is that addiction is one of the most universal conditions. I don't know many people that have not been impacted by it in some way, whether it's addiction to drugs or addiction to behaviors. They have the same dilatory effect on not just you.
They don't. They don't have the same dilatory effect. Even amongst drugs, the addictions are very different by different drugs, and then addictions to behaviors are, have different dilatory effects. Some of them are better, some of them are way worse. What are we doing here? Don't do this. Don't equate like all addictions as if they're the same. They're not all the same. They don't have the same disastrous effects or dilatory effects, as it were, if you will.
You, but more importantly, on your immediate community, your family, and then it just spirals outward. And I don't.
Yeah, like a crack addiction is the same as being addicted to playing video games, for example. Like it's got the same dilatory effect on your community. No, it doesn't. Those are different.
I don't know anybody that hasn't been impacted by drugs and alcohol in a really significant way, or at least a way in which it's created trauma in their own personal lives and the lives of those that they really love. And so while it's universal, it's something that we rarely talk about. And it's kind of the way in which we treat drug use it's something that someone else is doing, and that someone else happens to be your brother, your sister, your mom, your dad, yourself, your coworker.
And yours.
It only becomes a problem when it becomes a problem for you.
Do you think that you would have been treated differently by the media if your addiction was to an opiate or perhaps methamphetamine as opposed to crack, which kind of has a racialized context to it?
He is very black, after all. Yeah, he would have been treated different by the media if he was a meth addict, like he was a crack addict. He wouldn't have any teeth left. He'd probably be even lighter, and he'd probably just be dead. If he was an opiate addict, he would be dead.
Well, maybe, I don't know.
He said his addiction to alcohol and crack was at the point where it was lethal, potentially on a daily basis. Opiates, he'd be fucking toast.
Because it depends upon what media you're talking about. Because I like, what is the media? I think it was just an added bonus for them that they could say crack addict, and everybody would go, "Oh my God, he's a monster." So I think for those that wanted to use it as a bludgeon, it's easier when you slap.
You know what's really funny about this? I'm done watching this interview for now. You know what's really funny about what he just said is like crack addict and he's a monster. I bet old Uncle Joe was part of the people who pushed the crack is about black people and turns him into super assassins or whatever. Like his dad was around long enough, and his dad's friends and mentors were the people who were like who created this narrative that crack is the favorite of black people, and it also makes black people into super predators. Like it's fucking amazing that it's come full circle. Oh, they called me a monster because of crack. Well, your dad was one of the guys propagandizing it. Oh my gosh. Anyway, well, guys, it's been a fun time. Stream time. It's a glorious time. It's been a blast hanging out with you, as always. Thanks for joining me. Thanks for enduring some Kurt with me, of course. And Candace Owens, I don't know if I'm going to finish the rest of the complaint on live streams. It's going to take forever. We only got through, was it even 20 pages today? I don't think so. It was like 14 pages, and it's a thick complaint, and it's kind of boring. And it's just them saying over and over that she's not a man. She's not a man. We told Candace Owens she wasn't a man. It's just going to be me screaming, but she didn't believe you over and over. So I don't know. I'll think about it. But I might just go through it on my own, skim it, and look for important spots or important points that have interesting propositions in them. I'm not sure if there are any, but it's getting kind of stale to just read it. So there's plenty of other news stories out there and videos and stuff. Just have Barnes on about that. Yeah, I will have Barnes on either Tuesday or Friday about the Candace Owens thing. And then maybe I'll bring Randazza on, and then maybe that'll be enough because we'll get some contrary opinions or something like that. But all right, guys, it's way, way late / early, and I got to get to bed. So thank you for coming. Hi, welcome to Ricada Law. I love you. We'll see you guys soon. And I guess that's it. Catch you next time, guys. Peace. Peace.
Oh, he drinks a fair bit, but you realize that it just helps get his noggin jogging along. With his glass by his side and his kids asleep tight, we'll hear some law-splaining tonight. With his microphone muted, we'll laugh at this boomer until he explains it's all part of the plan. Watch his face become redder as he becomes madder, raging at idiots from Twitterland. From the white shores of Maine to the hills of Glenlivet, there's no one who explains the law better than Nick. So pour out a glass for the ones who have passed to make the law what we have now. Oh, his lady is fair, and she handles herself with the grace of one who has borne many children. As the wife of a lawman, she makes sure that he has the time and the place to provide for them there. So pour out an Ardbeg, a Balmore, a Lafroig, the spirits flow as the ones who get unemployed. So pour out a glass for the tea post on Twitter as we hear law-splaining tonight. From the white shores of Nairn to the hills of Glenlivet, there's no one who explains the law better than Nick. So pour out a glass for the ones who have passed to make the law what we have now. Oh, the guests are all plentiful, from Dante to Drexel. They bring their perspective and spice to the mix. But the reason we're here and the one that we cheer is the one who is showcasing us his career. So pour out an odd bag of Balmore at La Brogue. Spirits flow as the ones who get unemployed. So pour out a glass for the tea post on Twitter as we hear Lost Planning tonight. From the white shores of Nairn to the hills of Glenlivet, there's no one who explains the poem better than Nick. So pour out a glass for the ones who have passed to make the law what we are.